Oh, Jesus. Are we good? You've been doing well so far. My 8-year-old PC screams. Wait, 8? Is it 8? No, it's 7. I had to think. Listen, I have horrible math skills. We all know this. Anyway, hi, everybody! God, it feels like it's been forever since I last played a game. Even though, like, the last game I played was Your Turn to Die. That was way back in April. Well, I played that game at 9 p.m. on March 31st. And then, but it ended on April 1st. Like, at 6 in the morning. Because that was, like, over 9.5 hours. Because I didn't think it would take so long. But yeah, I bet everybody's, like, just happy. It's like, oh, thank God she's done with the tier list for now. Listen, we'll get back to those eventually. Just probably not this year, because I got a full plate of crap to, like, get through. But yeah, first off, happy Pride. It's June. That usually means it's the gay month. It's the gays. It's time we celebrate being proud of our identity. I was gonna say proud of being gay, but I'm like, no, technically, not everybody is gay on the rainbow. I'm not making a lot of sense. Listen, today has been somewhat of a long day. Things have been thrown out of whack. And I think, if anything, this threw me more out of whack, because everything was actually really responsive, and I'm like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to this thing effing chugging by the time we get to this part. Excuse me. Anyway, it is so... Okay, so obviously you can tell that, like, oh my god, Airi's got another Poke artist to follow, and it's like, yeah. I will say this, the one thing about those tier list ranking streams to find music for, you end up going through a lot of artists, and you find some music that you really like that isn't from people you regularly listen to. So, this was one of them. And I picked this song specifically because it's like, it sounds very summery. And considering the kind of game, considering the setting that we're going to be going into tonight, it makes sense, right? But before we start hopping into that, how has everyone been doing? I believe, if I remember right, I think school should mainly be out. At least in terms of America. I mean, usually June is when you don't go to school. Excuse me. And obviously, as I said before, it is Pride Month, and I have been just over the moon, let's just say. Although I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie, there was a part of me that thought, like, am I gonna get, like, harassed? Because, if you look down in the description below, I straight out just say, like, how I'm a member of the LGBT plus community. And, God, y'all, when I was making the waiting room last night, it's like, I was writing stuff in the description, right? And it's like, it's going normal. And then all of a sudden, as soon as I put down the LGBT plus, for some reason, YouTube is just like, are you trying to @ somebody? And I'm like, no, I'm not. There's not even an @ symbol. It's not like Twitter. But it just wouldn't stop. So unfortunately, I had to just put down LGBT, even though I usually go LGBT plus, or just the queer community. Because I feel like using the, because I'm still so iffy on, like, using the word queer, considering that I know it has been used as a slur, but I also know there are a lot of people who reclaim that, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, obviously I've used it plenty of times, but I don't know if I would necessarily, you know, I don't know. There's that. There's that. And then, of course, like, there's the extended acronym, like the LGBTQIA+. Here's the thing. That's too many letters for my brain to, like, remember. Not to mention, everybody seems to, like, have a different meaning for what the QIA means. And so it's like, that's why I usually just say LGBT+, because it's like, at least we can all understand that. But anyway, YouTube was stupid in terms of just trying to say LGBT+. But going back to what I was saying, like, as you can see in the description, I put down, like, I'm a non-binary pan-ace woman. You know, and I've been open about this. Like, y'all have heard me talk about that before. You know, like, years past. You know, it's just that, you know, there's a difference between, like, saying it in stream and then, like, actually putting it out in the open in terms of the description where people can read. And, you know, and obviously, I think I've talked about this before, where, like, you know, there's certain parts of my identity that I think a lot of people may find issue with. I mean, unfortunately, there's a lot of trans folk who think that non-binary doesn't exist and that we're just being trendy for the sake of it, or we want oppression points, which, by the way, isn't fucking real. It's like, nah, it's like, bruh, we face the same shit as y'all, maybe a little less so, who knows? Just depends on the individual for that. 2, asexuality is still a hot debate on whether or not you can consider it under the LGBT plus flag. You know, because it's like, you know, because I think it's still just a bit of a political debate on, I say political, like a bit of a debate on whether or not, like, do ace people face oppression / discrimination / prejudice based on their asexuality or whatnot. And personally, to me, I feel like with enough of this shit I've seen, I would say yes. But I understand for some people it's like, I don't know about that. You know, and even for like, you know, being pan, I mean, obviously, you know, there's people who just think, I mean, I think there are some people who probably think pansexuality doesn't exist either, because it's like, it's just another way of saying bi, and it's like, to me personally, there's a difference between being bi and being pan, and I don't do bi. Like, I used to identify as bi, but that's because I lacked the term to describe my sexuality, if that makes sense, back then, and now I identify as pan. Regardless, I thought I was gonna get harassed. I didn't. Thank God for that. But who fucking knows? This is a weird month for me this year. Anyway, let's start talking about the game. We do need to go into the description at some point soon, but in terms of what this game is. So, I described it at the end of last stream, although considering how long that stream was, I understand why some people may not have wanted to stick around. But basically, We Know the Devil is a queer visual novel that came out in 2016? Yeah, 2016. And I think if I remember, and the thing is like, I don't know how popular this is in regards, like, I will say in terms of the general visual novel community, it's probably pretty niche. You know, it's probably pretty niche and all that, because, you know, I mean, there's a lot of good visual novels out there, but, you know, but I imagine that that with queer visual novels as a whole, it's not super, how do I put this? Like, I wouldn't necessarily say this visual novel is romance-based. Like, how do I put this? Romance is an element of this visual novel, but it's not, like, the whole thing. Like, a major element, but not the whole thing. Like, this visual novel focuses more on, like, just what it's like to be queer in a setting that isn't exactly tolerant of that. You know? Like, we'll get into it more when we dive into the game proper. But as far... I don't know how popular this is. Like, again, in terms of the general visual novel community, this is probably a niche. This is probably, like, a very obscure VN. And in terms of the LGBT plus visual novel community, I think this could be ranked a little higher. I mean, again, this is an old game. This is from 2016. And this was made by, I don't remember how many people. I think it was like, I feel like the main components are like 2 people who are both of the LGBT, who are of the community. So it's not like this is, you know, straights or cis-het people, you know, trying to cash in on a quick buck. It's like, no, this is, you know. And honestly, I do remember coming across this game way back when. And the thing is about this game is that this game has a very unique, well, I don't want to say unique, but like, it's a very different setting than what we're used to. Like, it's similar to ours, but there are certain pieces of the setting that, like, are not going to make sense. At least to me. At least to me, they're not going to make sense. So you're probably not going to hear me talk a lot about that. Because it's like, a lot of it just flies over my head. Partly because, as an autistic person, metaphors and shit will just fly over my head a lot of the time. And I really need to sit down and think, like, what was this trying to say to me? And that, yeah, you know, just being on stream is not going to allow me that, firstly. And then secondly, is because those unique set pieces are... If you're a fan of magical girl anime, or media in general, you might understand it a little bit more. But here's the thing, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of magical girl stuff. Never have been. You know, like... It's like, that never appealed to me as a kid, and it doesn't appeal to me now. So unfortunately, you know, if there's a lot of things that if there's a lot of basic stuff that I'm just expressing confusion over or whatnot, and you might scream at me, that's the reason why. But other than that, there's also a lot of, like, there's a lot of stuff in this game that is, you know, again, it is left more up to interpretation. Even in regards to, like, the characters' stories and such, like, you get, like, the general gist of it, because there are 3 characters, right? Each with their own each with their own, like, issues in regards to being somewhere on the queer spectrum. And you get the general gist of it, but there's still a lot that is left up to interpretation, which, you know, as we start going on each path, because there are 4 paths, 3 of which focus on one character and a pairing in particular, whereas the 4th one is what is considered to be the true ending, and you can only get that, I believe, after you complete the first 3. So wow, I cannot speak tonight. We'll go over all of that. It just did not sound right. That's why I kept repeating it. But yes, I did come across this game up on, you know, when someone I was subscribed to on YouTube played through it, and I can't remember that playthrough at all. And it's like, and I will say this, if there is one thing that, like, watching playthroughs of video games up on YouTube is that games like this, where a lot of stuff is left up to interpretation and stuff, it's always interesting and fun to hear people's interpretations of, like, the themes and the issues and such, and just being like, I guess you could see it that way, you know? I always like, I mean, I mean, maybe that's why game theory helps so much, is because it's like, oh, here's how I interpret this, and here's what I predict will happen, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I think now is a perfect time that we go into the description, because there is a little bit of a content warning. Granted, it's not big, it's not a lot, but it's still important to know because, you know, the game, because we know the devil delves into these issues. Well, I say issues, but it's like, you know, like, as I said before, this game is meant to explore the POVs of characters who are queer in a intolerant setting. And that, of course, comes with it possible homophobia, transphobia, etc., etc. So be careful when you're playing this game. Speaking of which, if you do want to play this game, it's available on 3 platforms. I bought my copy of this game up on Steam, which is $6.99, which is pretty cheap, $7, pretty good. You can also get this on itch.io for, get this, $6.66, and that is on purpose. They would have, I believe if I remember right, the creators said that they wanted the price thing to be the same on Steam, but I think Steam just couldn't allow that. You had to round up to $99 or else. So they were, you know, so it's like, you know. But regardless, like, it's $7. It's $7. Pretty cheap for a good visual novel. So yes. So now we move on into the description, if I can get to it. Alright, so let me put the viewer's discretion here. So, content warning. Although this game is what I would consider to be pretty light in terms of triggers, I feel it's still important to describe what to expect from this. So, here's a list from both the Steam page and what I recall from memory, because there is some things that, like, I remember from playthroughs I've seen of this game. So we have themes of isolation and alienation of queer youth in a religious rural setting, abstract psychological horror, possibly alarming music, and implied self-harm. And the reason I put that, so the last one, the implied self-harm, is something I remember, mainly because of a little detail that I'm probably going to be going more into if we explore this character's route first. So, yeah. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff. We got some stuff. We got some stuff to be a little worrisome about. So, I will say, in terms of which route we're going to be going for first, there is no particular order in which you can do the 3 characters, and yes, I am being light on what to say here. There is no particular order in which you can tackle each of the characters. Like, basically, you can just, like, you can go through one and be done with it, and then switch over to the other with little to no issue. So I figured, like, well, we got 3 people we can choose from in any order, so why not let fate decide? So I am gonna pull up a random roulette wheel. Alright, so we have 3 routes to choose from. I'm not going to use the character's name. We'll see them out as soon as we start the game. However, we do have ending routes, and they're pretty, like, vague enough to be like you can just not see, right? So we have red, blue, and yellow. Okay, I'm actually gonna redo that because that's a weird thing that they're choosing here. All right. I guess we'll go blue, red, and yellow. Blue, red, and yellow. There we go. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Which character are we going down first? Alright. Red. Patch, 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 patch. Alright, she's one of the easiest characters I can remember. Okay. Alright, I think now is a good time that we say goodbye to Firefox for now. So, goodbye, Firefox. I was gonna say chat. Alright. Gotta get the game running. However, because this is Steam, y'all know we have to verify the installation. Seriously, I don't understand why every time I pull Steam up, even when it's like a week later or even a few days later, Steam has to constantly update. Like, I genuinely don't understand. And now we gotta wait a long time for the game to pull up. I will say, the one good thing about this game, because, the thing is, right, is that obviously because it's been a while since I've done this, I've had to pull up the game and, just see, like, okay, how can I play this in windowed mode? Steam, fuck off, for fuck's sake! Like, I know you're in, oh my god, I am trying so hard to get so far. Fuck off, Steam. I don't care. Seriously, I just want to pull up the game. Why is now every time I pull up a game, Steam has to pull up as well? It's like, I don't want it. Alright. But as I was saying, it's like, the good thing is that as soon as you launch the game, it's in windowed mode. The bad thing is that it doesn't have a set window size. So unfortunately, we're dealing with a little... We're dealing with a little bit of wink wonk. Alright. Let me get the game up. There we go. Alright. Ooh, I did not like that. I will say, so, obviously, as I was saying, like, I had to pull the game up to see, like, okay, how is this going to work with OBS? And it seems like it works pretty well. And I kind of expected that. Again, this is a game that's from, like, 2016. And as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been updated since 2016. And because my computer is 2016, like, this game should be perfectly fine to run on with OBS. It's the next game in the list I'm worried about, because I'm like, I don't want that stream to end up like Saint Maker, where most of the time we're on a PowerPoint presentation. But I'll worry about that when we get to it. So I will say this. If you read the description, I basically described that, like, I will say, this game, it's so weird, because I don't really consider it to be a scary game. It's apparently seen as a horror game, and it's like, I can see the horror elements, but I'm not really scared by it, obviously. But, I will say this kind of, like, background here, where it is, in a way, it reminds me very much of, like, the old horror movies, if that makes sense, like, especially with the music, too. And I do think that is on purpose. Like, I think if I remember right, like, on the Steam page, they describe this as being, like, not necessarily set in the 80s, but very much, like, taking inspiration from the 80s. So it's like, okay. Unfortunately, as a kid that was born close to the 2000s, as an adult that was born close to the 2000s, this is unfortunately lost on me. But yeah. So here's the thing about this game. I remember from playthroughs, the music in this game gets fucking loud. Like, really loud. So much so to the point that it gets, like, when it came to Let's Players, playing through certain scenes, like, the music would just drown out their voice to where you can barely hear them, and it's like, oh my god, where's the audio mixing? So, I'm actually gonna turn this down a little bit. I was gonna say, I need the music to come up. I lowered the volume as soon as the music just stopped. Alright, we'll pull it up to 60. But yeah, as you can see here, there was no, like, windowed mode whatsoever. It just comes like this. Alright. This is gonna be an experience. So I'm just gonna get everything... Oh, whoops. I'm gonna get everything set up and ready to go. Hopefully, I'm not gonna be faced with any, like, OBS issues. As far as I'm aware, we should be able to finish this game within, like, one stream. Like, it can't be a super long game. I mean, and this is even going into, like, you know, discussions about, like, you know, what I think, like, certain things mean, etc., you know, so... Alright, so what is that? Alright, so that's the menu. That's save, that's skip. What is this? Ah, that's history. What is this? Is this... Okay, so that's the main menu. Alright. Is there music? I can barely hear it. Oh, it's gonna be great. You know, it's gonna be great trying to turn up the volume so I can hear the music, only to get blasted with, like, the most droning sounds ever later. Sorry. Alright. We're drenched in sunscreen and bug spray and incense. We feel gross, look gross, smell gross. Okay, so I can use the keyboard. Good. We're sunburned and bug bitten, and behind us is the devil. Every annoyance of summer nipping at our heels. Being in the Summer Scouts sucks incredibly. I will say, I do love some of the... Like, I will say, I love the writing in this, because it's very relatable to a teen audience. Like, this is... That's what I mean. This shit gets loud. That's SFX. Gonna turn that down a little bit. But that's what I mean, like, this shit gets loud. The cabins are stuffy, the beds are gross, the food is grosser, the counselors only sing about Jesus, and they won't let us have a transformation sequence. Hey, I at least know that part, in terms of being not into magical girls. Oh god, the mute... Okay, I genuinely can't tell if, like, the little glitches in the soundtrack are, like, natural, or if that's my computer. We can't wait until a week from now, when the three of us are home in our beds. We won't have to think about what we do or don't deserve, and we can leave cleaning up the devil to someone else. Oh, that is loud. Where's the menu? God, I always forget what the menu is. Man, that music is so loud. Ow. Ow. Okay, no PowerPoint presentation here, guys. Yay! Listen, after Saint Maker, I deserve this. Oh my god, are you okay? Oh, totally. Totally fine. Ow. Are you sure? It looks so bad. See what I mean? The glitches. Is that natural? I don't know. Nah, it's nothing. It's okay. It literally looks like it fucking killed you. I totally promise I'm still alive. Okay. Don't fall asleep with a concussion. If you do, I'm calling 911. I won't. Do, please, take me with you. Laughing off a head injury isn't all that Jupiter's good at. She has the best grades in class, and coaches make her starter on whatever team has the most pressing need for someone who can do sports. God, can you guys hear me over the music? Like, I can barely hear myself. again, are the glitches natural, or is that my computer starting to die on me? She's a perfect role model, except for how she always misses the winning goal, and she always blinks on the last question. She leads when no one else wants to, which is always. Sucks. Yes, sucks. Sorry, sucks to suck, huh? Jupiter clutches her head. It hurts a lot. She thinks about hands gently pressing into her temples. Oh, now I'm getting the PowerPoint presentation. Oh, the music is just dying right now. Oh my god, are we really getting a PowerPoint presentation because there are 3 characters on the screen? Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, it is telling me there is an encoding overload. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It's a relaxing thought. Until she feels the texture of fingers on her scalp. Jupiter snaps a hair tie against her wrist. Are we late already? I think we left pretty early. We've been walking for a long time, though. I don't think so. Maybe. Not that long. Well, not too terribly long. I guess it's been kind of a while. We're not late already, are we? Absolutely. It's 6:06. Why? Oh no. I told you so. So yeah, so obviously we had our 3 main characters on screen there for a moment. If the PowerPoint presentation didn't screw you over, we have Jupiter, Neptune, and Venus. The names are going to be relevant to us in a second. I'm not gonna lie, there is a part of me that wants to try and, like, you know, check YouTube. God, a game that's from 2016, and for some reason seriously, how is it that Your Turn to Die didn't get me in trouble? And yet the visual novels somehow do. Alright. Sorry for this, I always have to check. Always have to fucking check. I'm gonna cut the mic real quick. Alright, sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that, like, if we get PowerPoint presentation again, we're not gonna get lag. It doesn't seem like we're getting much of it. Alright. Idiot heart jerk face. Man, you gotta love teenagers. Ugh, how much longer are you in Summer Scouts for? Resting witch face. Another week. Fuck my life. This is the worst. I will pray everyone dies. Stop giving me false hope. We're close, I'm pretty sure. We have to be. It's fine as long as we're not the last one there, right? It is utterly assured that they are already there because they didn't have to do any of the complete bullshit we just did. I'm genuinely sorry for my horrible life. Happy hunting, Lamau. Fuck you. Neptune didn't tell us because she was too busy talking with her friends and doesn't care how much trouble we get into. Or maybe she didn't want us to worry for as long as we didn't have to worry. So yeah, something interesting about, like, the narration in this game is that it takes on, like, a bit of, like, it's sort of, like, omniscient second person. Well, maybe not second person, but, like, basically, there is no one true protagonist. Essentially, like, whatever the narration calls for, it's like all three of them are like, narrating in a way. It's omniscient in that way. So, yeah. Neptune is very kind, or possibly super mean and hates us. But that's okay. She's really funny. Neptune looks in no way like she's supposed to be here. But that's why she's here, of course. For a moment, she's about to say something, but it catches in her throat and she coughs instead. Oh, over there! Where? See? That light. I don't see anything. It's right there. It's over here. And there's the bonfire. We're not too late, right? I will say, basically everybody outside of the three characters gets awful sprites. And I mean this affectionately. I mean this affectionately. Group West's finally here. Kinda early for you guys, huh? I didn't hear... Oh, God. I didn't hear y'all swearing, did I? No, sir. No, sir. Nah. Sure you weren't. We promise. Oh, I believe you. I don't know about the rest, though. Venus smiles in that way that makes everyone there want to punch him a little, but that's all that it takes for them to forget we were even late. Venus can smile and laugh nervously through anything, and the rest of us are invisible for as long as we can endure the secondhand embarrassment. Why am I getting encoding overload? Man, this game is gonna have some moments where the PowerPoint presentation just comes in, ain't it? Well, then again, I am playing on, like, a wider window, so maybe that's it. I guess if it gets too problematic, I could just shrink it down, which is fine. Alright. Sit down, everyone. The bonfire captain throws more incense in the fire. The sticky, sickly sweet smell is the worst thing about camp. It's a terrible blend. Termite-eaten wood from abandoned churches, dry daylilies from the sides of country roads, singed wire from burned-out radios, dubious apologies, ashes of monsters of the week. Gross. Venus sits with his legs crossed, taking up as little space as he can, which is at most not very much. So yeah, it's interesting that, like, the one named Venus, and with, of course, the showing off the planetary signs, is a man. Interesting, ain't it? Neptune remains mercilessly fashionable, watching the other groups like they're the entertainment. Jupiter pulls her legs up and rests her chin on her knees. She's bad at posture, but she's good at being comfortable. She likes the security of holding her whole body. There's a perfect balance of usefulness and liability to the young for which the Summer Scouts are the most perfect solution. Everyone having a good time? No one is, or has much enthusiasm to fake it. I said, is everyone having a good time? Man, it takes me back to, like, the youth group days. I will say this, I never went to a religious summer camp. I never even went to summer camp. But it's like, I've been to youth group, God, what a time in my life. But the captain can be motivating. I said, is everyone having a good time? And doesn't quit until everyone's at least put effort into faking it. Yay. Yes. Yeah. This is bullshit. That's more like it. Still a little quiet in the West. Fuck him. Shh. The bonfire captain picks up his guitar. Neptune doesn't even try to hide her look of pure offense. None of the counselors like to talk as much as he does. He must feel like he needs to give the sermons since he's in charge, but we know the counselors wish they were somewhere else as much as we do. You know, I wasn't the most popular when I was a kid. I got my share of fights, but I had a couple of guys I was best friends with and we stuck up for each other. Whenever my parents asked if I wanted to bring one of my friends somewhere, I'd say, I want to bring both of them. I thought I was doing this great thing, not holding one of my friends over the other, but secretly, I thought one of them was kind of annoying. And he kind of was. Wow, okay. He whined and wouldn't go along with us sometimes. I felt pretty bad about that, so I tried to be an even better friend to make up for it. I thought if I could work even harder, I'd be able to make up for him. But actually, I wasn't helping him at all. You wouldn't have thought it, I wouldn't have thought it, but in the end, he was the one that got in deep trouble. I probably could have stopped if I told him to cut it out and man up instead of basically doing the opposite. Oh, that's a little concerning. That's a little concerning. It's like, what do you mean? We don't stand this toxic masculinity bullshit. Some friendships you can keep up, the rest you gotta leave up to God. Don't like that. Ugh, Jesus. How long will this go on? There's no mercy in this world. You think we're going to the cabin tonight? I don't know. Probably not. Good one, Jupiter. But there's no mercy in this world. It's our last week at camp and they haven't sent us there yet. And there's the PowerPoint presentation. And that loser has it in for us so bad. Maybe we won't have to go. I'm feeling optimistic this time. Why? Yeah, why? Because... No, seriously, why? Why would you ever think that? Hey there, Group West! Sorry. Feel like meeting the devil tonight? Damn it. Oh no. Told you. Don't worry, guys. I hear hardly anyone ever dies. 7 p.m. God, I'm still getting encoding overloads. I might have to switch. I might shrink the game window a little bit, see if that does anything. Alright. Sorry about that. You'll see a little bit of a thing. Hopefully that'll help with the PowerPoint presentations. Alright, so one thing about this game is that this takes place over the course of, I believe, almost 12 hours. I mean, it goes from 6 p.m. to 5 a.m. So it takes place over the course of a single night in a shitty summer camp. Alright. He was pretty mad, huh? He's just an upset puppy. He'd have been less mad if he hadn't been texting the whole time he was yelling at us. The captain will live. I thought he was gonna knock it out of your hand for a minute. Wouldn't that be considered assault? Ha! God, I wish he would've. Hey, Venus, you got it? Venus? Venus! What? Don't zone out. Do you want to die? Sorry. I thought I saw something. This diode shattered. Can you pass me a new one? Jupiter climbs up the pole to pass a new crystal to Venus. Neptune keeps watch, but actually she's mad because fixing the sirens is stupid and menial, and there's no reason they should have to do it. Okay, so here's one of the things about the setting that confused me, because I'm like, huh? What does this do with anything? Neptune refuses to participate unless we're cutting corners. Here, Venus. Oh no. What? Oh, look who it is. Oh gosh. Hey. 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 Group South doesn't really look the same. Yeah, they're not drawn in as much detail as the rest of you. But we can't remember their names or tell the difference between them. Which is super mean of us. No wonder they hate our guts. You guys got the lake sirens, we got the forest sirens. You guys got the lake sirens, you check your own sirens. You guys got the lake sirens, you should leave. The bonfire captain told us these ones, guys. Yeah. Yeah, why are you lying to our faces? Do we look completely stupid? Yeah. That's what he said. Venus must have heard wrong. That's what he said. He said Venus would screw it up again. That's what he said. Venus sucks and should go home immediately. Group South does everything perfectly and is the fucking worst. The best kids in a camp for bad kids are absolutely certain to be the fucking worst. Oh boy. Alright, so here's one of our first choices. Oh, we can still save. Okay, we can save here. Alright, we're gonna save here. There we go. Alright, so here's one of the main mechanics of the game. You basically have to make choices where you can choose one character to go against, to pair up with the other, and then leave the other one out. Because we're going with the red route, we have to choose this. And it is very important to keep in mind which symbols represent which characters. Obviously, as I mentioned before, Venus is basically the sign for womanhood, femininity. However, this sign right here, the one with the trident, is Neptune, and the 21 is Jupiter. So, because we're going for the red route, this time, for our first time, we're choosing Venus and Neptune. I'll go take care of the next one, guys. Catch up, okay? Oh boy. If this is ever a time for the PowerPoint presentation to happen, it's now. She goes, but Group South doesn't. They just watch. We can't focus on what we're doing or enjoy it while being watched by someone expecting something who won't say what and won't leave. Oh, there's the distraction. There's some music being like, pleh, pleh, pleh. Venus keeps getting distracted by the lights, and Neptune is keenly aware of the pit in her stomach. There's truly nothing ruder than denying us distraction. God! Seriously, what do you want? Nothing. Nothing, wait a minute, nothing, you're cool. Nothing, you're cool. He's the one in trouble. Really? I must not be since the captain's not here. Group South stares at Venus. Venus ignores them. They can stick around if they want. We can pretend to fix this siren all night. Hey, Venus. Hey, Venus, you're taking a while. Hey, Venus, you're taking a while. Need help? No. Captain said I could do it alone. Go away. It's distracting. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Isn't Captain going to be mad if he sees you slacking off? Nah. He was pretty pissed off last time, wasn't he? Nah, we're supposed to be here. Everyone was laughing. It's Venus's fault. No, we're supposed to be here. It's Venus's fault. God, I wish. The worst thing Venus has done is not fuck up hard enough to get us all kicked out. What is your problem trying to get him to do something right when you could be doing something productive like fucking up and getting us all sent home? Yeah? Ask him. Yeah, ask him. Yeah, ask him. The captain doesn't like you. Hey! I don't know why he doesn't like you, but the more you try to get on his good side, the worse he'll make it for you. He doesn't need a reason. He hates it when people try to get on his good side. Probably because he can tell when they're sucking ass. Sucking up ass. Kissing ass, that's it. Why did I say sucking ass? You. He hates it because it's like you're telling him what to do. Fuck it. Fuck it? Fuck it. I will say, I kind of feel like, because obviously that was some bullying right there. I'm not gonna lie, is it just me or does it feel like, the bullying is a little more realistic in this game? Because here's the thing, right? Like, when you see, in a lot of media, right, when bullying is often portrayed, I mean, granted, it is like a group of people ganging up on one person, but it's but usually the victim doesn't really try to fight back. They just kind of like take it, Whereas with this, it's like you could clearly see Venus giving some bark, and the group is like fucking with him, and he's giving some bark and such. Like, does that make sense? It's a little more realistic. It feels a more realistic case of like bullying, at least in high school. I don't know what it's like. Venus, you have to be done by now, right? Venus. Oh, yeah, I finished a while ago. What are you even looking at? Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. I'll come down. Venus climbs down from the siren, which crackles softly with the faint static of the radio again. It's louder than normal. God is already warning us. What? Thanks. And, sorry for fucking up all the time. I literally don't care. They're idiots. They don't get it at all. They're so obsessed with you. It's so weird. They hate me, though? Well, you sweet summer child. Get on Twitter. Obviously. Is that supposed to make a difference? Does it not? Oh, God. I really wish you would fuck up so bad. Even the captain hated you. It'd be a good look for you. Oh. But I don't think I actually could. Mess up on purpose, I mean. It's literally as easy as doing nothing. I know. Sometimes it feels harder to not do something than to do something. I wish I was a little more like you. You deal with this stuff so easily. Venus. Yes? You're never allowed to think I have it better off than you. Ever. It's the worst thing you can do. Oh. I'm sorry? Sometimes I kind of envy you, Venus. And other times I really kind of don't. 8 p.m. You're never allowed to think I have it better off than you. Can I read that again? You're never allowed to think I have it better off than you. I wonder if that's just like a roundabout way of saying, don't fucking pity me. Like, I wonder if that's just a roundabout way of saying, like, don't pity me. I don't want it. Don't need it. The road there is through the woods, but not far. We just follow the sirens to where they're covered in vines and their lights don't work so well anymore. I will say the backgrounds themselves, the backgrounds, like, you know, this stuff right here is also pretty nice. It really does lend to, like, to the 80 horrors B-movie aesthetic. That's the only way I can describe it. It's fine. It's fine. But you know these are real places. Like, if this literally looks like... So here's the thing. First off, this looks like the back of someone's house. Like, we're in the backyard. So there's that. And secondly, I'm not gonna lie, this does look like an actual place I've been to in my life. You know, like, this is the kind of... Like, this is like... Oh my god, it's Crystal Lake. We still can't quite believe it's a house humans are supposed to spend a night in. It has electricity, unbelievably. And also illegally, because it could likely burn it down and kill everyone. What is it? I'm trying to think of something positive to say, but, I can't. It's a work of actual art. I'm truly impressed. In all kinds of ways. Seriously, I'm in awe. No ordinary idiot built this cabin. An ordinary idiot would have given up long before this. It takes a truly extraordinary idiot to keep at something he has no idea how to do. I pray we never have to meet him. What? I was just thinking. It's like guaranteed the captain built it, right? If you tell a joke with a face that straight, someone... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I thought that was Venus. Sorry. If you tell a joke with a face that straight, someone impressionable like Venus is going to believe you and be terrified for the rest of their life. I'm totally serious. Can't you imagine how proud the captain would be of himself? He'd never think he was doing a single thing wrong, right? There's like half a dozen horrifying shacks here. He must have had so much fun. God, hold me, please. You've chilled me to the depths of my soul. Jupiter snaps her hair tie against her wrist. There's something wrong with the lock. Is it broken? I don't hear any static. It really is broken. They had to check it for traps? What is this, D&D? That's so dangerous. No one would leave it unlocked like that, would they? No, they wouldn't. They could have broken it and not told anyone. That'd just be like Group East. So I will say, something I did notice is, like, this is, like, these three are a part of Group West. And the reason I bring that up is because, like, obviously we have Group West, they mentioned Group East. Why am I getting a PowerPoint presentation? Man, I think the soundtrack is fucking with the video! But as I was saying, it's like, I think, so yeah, Group West, Group East, and then we saw Group South. That would, you know, and so obviously there would probably be a Group North, right? You know, so obviously we have all the cardinal directions of a compass. But I was basically kind of thinking, like, you know, you have North and South as up and down, and then you have West and East, which is left and right. And so, of course, we're controlling Group West, the left direction. It makes me kind of wonder if, because, like, if you remember, so, for all the youngins out there, way back, you know, like, I don't know how far back, but, like, you know, at least within the last, like, 60, 70 years, maybe, it was actually believed that left-handed people were considered, you know, was basically considered to be the work of Satan, at least amongst the, some of the Christian groups. And so, because I think it has something to do with the fact of, like, the left hand of Satan or something like that. But, I bring that up because the way that they would usually, because obviously, like, you know, some people just write with their left hands. Like, it's how their brain works, you know? And obviously, we know now that, you know, it's literally just how the brain works. It's like a different hemisphere of your brain, obviously. But back then, it's like, you know, there were certain sects of Christianity that believed that, like, if you are left-handed, you are a product of the devil. And the way that they would usually try to, let's just say, treat left-handed people, it was usually through a lot of abuse. So it is kind of interesting that for these three, they're, you know, where, let's just say, like, they're the worst kids, you know, they're considered Group West, products of the devil. I wonder if, like, the creators were, like, kind of thinking in that way, or maybe it's just me, like, trying to, like, you know, stretch it a little bit. Anyway. I think Group South was here last. Or them, or anyone. They're all jerks who'd rather let the next group take the fall than fix it, so what does it matter which one it was? The crystal and whisker look fine. It looks like someone tried to tape it together, but it must have come loose. It could have already been like this, but this kind of charm doesn't break that easily, I don't think. You just need to make sure the wire is securely touching the galena. Jupiter relaxes slightly. She's more worried about the devil than any of us, but all of us are worried. Though not that worried. Humans are much more likely to kill you than the devil is, statistically. Okay, so it doesn't really matter which one it is, because Jupiter's going to be going with us, so... I actually like this scene, so we'll go with Jupiter and Neptune. I guess I'll come. Venus, plug my phone in. Oh, cool. I mean, if you're that insistent, I don't want to look like a jerk by saying no. Rad. Are you good, Venus? Yeah, I'll unpack. Holler if you need anything. This place looks like it was a greenhouse once, but at some point it was filled with furniture, like someone tried to live here and gave up, or died because it was a fucking greenhouse. There's a bed that was probably very nice, but now it is growing poppies, and blue mushrooms are growing out of a lampshade by the nightstand. So we suppose the shack is now a greenhouse again. Neptune searches a beautiful enormous dresser, nurturing an ivy... Okay. Neptune searches a beautiful enormous dresser, nurturing an ivy with white bell-shaped flowers, while Jupiter brushes leaves away to open the doors of a tasteful kitchen cabinet. There's a new kind of lily on each shelf. This place is honestly the weirdest. Really? Here, come look. Oh, wow. I'm revising my opinion. Maybe the captain is a true genius. Do you think he did this? I hope not. Then I'd have to like him. Oh, here, you should see this one. The wood is warped or rotting, which we knew before she put her weight on it, but didn't know well enough, because the door and then half the cabinet and then the whole cabinet slough away. We pull each other out of the way. The collapse of the cabinet sounds like the wet wood yawning and screaming for a full minute. Are you okay? Wait a minute, are you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Okay. I'm fine, I was just... For a moment, it was the funniest thing in the entire world. I mean, of course, right? I just walk in here and without even trying, instantly cause the biggest possible disaster to happen. It was so pretty, too. And now it's just impossible to put back together ever. Maybe I'm a genius at getting things wrong, too. It is absolutely gone forever, Jupiter. I know, but I should have... Jupiter, I promise on a stack of Bibles it's not your fault, and I will slap your face if you say it was. I will punch you in the face for every word you say. I am so for real. Thank you. I wasn't really going to. I promise. Neptune takes her hands off Jupiter's shoulders. We look around. Jupiter snaps her hairband against her wrist. But for a moment after, it feels like we're holding each other. We can feel the hands, like they're right there in the air. Good. I mean, like, aren't you doing fine? Aren't you trying harder than literally everyone else here? You're so chill about everyone's bullshit. It makes me so mad. And then you won't extend even the slightest of that chill to yourself, and that makes me even so madder. Can't you just be a little less good? I promise. I promise to try, at least. Well, sort of. God! So I will say, like, I feel like that scene kind of gives me, like the fact that Jupiter immediately started crying. It's just like immediately after all that incident happened, it makes me wonder, just like, how do I put this? It kind of gives me, like, that feeling of neurodivergency, of, like, just how you can just get pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed with just little minor inconveniences, things that just don't go your way, that normally you wouldn't get so, like, annoyed about, like, on a, like, separately, right? But then but then when it just all builds up, and then something like that happens, and you just fucking break down, like, that really kind of gives me, like, the neurodivergency stuff. Like, I mean, I'm not saying Jupiter's autistic, maybe with a little bit of ADHD, who knows, but at the very least, it's like the neurodivergent vibe just hit me, right? And, so, something I did want to bring up. We've been seeing a couple of details about how Jupiter is snapping her hairband against her wrist. Now, apparently, from what I remember reading about, when someone is doing that, it's usually seen as a substitute for self-harm. Basically, it's a substitute for self-harm, or when they're trying to quit from doing that. So it does make me wonder if, like, Jupiter has unfortunately cut herself. Like, it wouldn't surprise me with her issues, Jesus. It wouldn't surprise me. And that's really sad, because it's like, good lord, how bad is your mental health, girl, if you are, like, cutting yourself? Especially because, like, from the introduction in the beginning, like, Jupiter is, like, the ace, right? Like, the girl that can do anything, and is so popular, and all that. And yet she's got, like, these, issues regarding some stuff, I do have a theory that, like, I think the self-harm aspects kind of ties a little more into Jupiter's character as a whole, but we probably won't get to that point until we get to the ending, so we'll see. We're supposed to sleep in shifts, but no one actually told us how we're supposed to do that. Who can fall asleep in an instant and wake up in an instant, on demand? Not us. Honestly, good point. Jupiter is bad at waking up, and Venus is bad at falling asleep, and Neptune is fantastic at both on no schedule but her own. One way or the other, sleeping sounds like too much work, so we're not going to do it. We're just not going to sleep. Fuck the danger. If we had one more, we could play euchre. Is there anything fun to play with 3 people? No. There's lots of things. Maybe... Let's not, though. I miss euchre. Surely there has to be something better we can do with our lives. I'm very upset at you both. What are the things normal kids are supposed to do in this sort of situation? Like, truth or dare or something? That's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea. That's a great idea, actually. I guess it's an okay idea. Well, it's not terrible. Great, everyone agrees. It was a wonderful idea. Neptune, you go first. Why? Because seniority. I'm the oldest, though. Then because for some other reason. Fine. So, how do you play Truth or Dare? Oh my god, are you for real? You alternate Truth or Dare, and you go around in a circle, and whoever... I need to save you two from yourselves. Oh, that sounded fine to me. No! Everyone shut up and listen to me. If I go first, like you just said, I ask you Truth or Dare, and then you pick, and then I think of something horrible. Okay? I cannot believe either of you. Oh, wait then. It's too late. You already said I could go first. Own it. Okay. Alright, red path. Venus and Neptune. Fine, you then. Me? Dare. Seriously? Yeah. Is that okay? Your entire camp experience is defined by someone making you do something awful, and you want to pick Dare? But you won't, right? Venus. That is the most dangerous thing you have ever said, and it explains everything about why terrible stuff happens to you all the time. Oh. So, do you want to pick something else? She just gives him a choice, even though he said Dare, and she's like, nah, pick the other one. I'm trying to give you a mercy here. But Truth is way worse? Truth is just embarrassing, but with a Dare you could get hurt, right? See, Jupiter gets it. Would you pick Truth too? Absolutely. I don't want to move or do anything, and there's nothing you can think of to ask me that would be embarrassing. I think I still want to pick Dare, though. I mean, it's kind of like Jupiter said. Truth is embarrassing, and Dares could get you hurt. Getting hurt is way less scary. That's almost pretty clever. But what if I dared you to do something really embarrassing? Well... Oh... I can make you wear a skirt or run around the lake or call Group South the worst thing you could think of. These are so boring and obvious, too. Think if I had some imagination, Venus. It can get so much worse. Being awful is so trivial. It's easy beyond easy. Should I pick Truth then? Tell me who you have a crush on. What's your worst fear? Who do you hate the most? See? This is so easy. Get it? I can... Are you okay? It doesn't matter which I pick? You're still at their mercy, for fuck's sake, Venus. It's a bad game. Then why are we playing it then? I'm sorry, I don't know what to... Ugh, you can't just apologize. Wait, I got it. I dare you to not say sorry for the rest of the night. Oh my god. I can do that. Can he, though? No, it's perfect. It'll fix something annoying, and this will make everyone's life easier and all of us win. Is it really annoying? You shouldn't have to apologize for things you don't need to apologize for. Sorry. Oops. So, what happens now? Nothing, because this game is stupid and sucks and forget it. Sorry. That was on purpose. Jokes? Oh, whoops, I pressed K by accident. Seriously, though, do stop. 10 p.m. Wow, Neptune is fucking killing me. Makes sense. It always seems like the sun will never set until we look up and find it already has. The sirens buzz a little louder now. They always buzz louder at night. The devil is weak and humans are strong, and that is the way it always has been. Even a kid can kill the devil. All she has to do is try. I did like that moment, though, just like... I mean, this is such a... It is, like, an interesting way, the way that the friendship between these three are, like, made, in a way. Like... Just, like, Neptune giving Venus shit, even, and, but then, like, just fucking with... It's like, she fucks with him, and he just goes with it. Like, he knows she's fucking with him, and he just goes with it. All she has to do is try. Right. I'm bored. We should make the rounds. Maybe. We should do something else. We should make the rounds. Or we could do something else? Come on, we have to. It might be nothing, but if we don't check, we'll get in trouble. Also, this is a shitty-ass fucking cabin. Look at the crap that's in the background. Or die. That sounds great. You know what just occurred to me? This sprite of Jupiter's. Why does it why does it look like the stock photo of the guess I'll die guy? Guess I'll die. Was that stock? Wait a minute. When was that a meme? Oh my god. When was that a meme? When did that become a meme? The guess I'll die. I need to look it up. I'm looking it up right now because I need to know. Like, this game came out in 2016. So when did the meme, when did that become a meme? Guess I'll die meme. I saw it. Guess I'll die meme. Oh, I said did. Whoops. I said die. Guess I'll die meme. When did it become a thing? Let's see. Alright, what does Know Your Meme tell me? When did this become, when did this become a meme? Okay, so the photo of the guy was uploaded to iStockPhoto on October 6th, 2009. But it started spreading due to a forum on April 26, 2011. And then, of course, 2013, 2015. Okay, so it began going viral on Tumblr on 2015. Okay, that's good to know. So it's very possible that, they might have referenced that stock photo when making this spread of Jupiter. They might have been. I don't know. Because it just occurred to me. It's like, oh, right, this looks like that meme. Excuse me. All right. Jupiter pulls herself up by her radio. It's long and thin and delicate, but then there's that awful weight at the end. Let's all go. Bring your radios. And leave everything else? Yeah, why not? It's not like anyone's going to steal it. Just lock the door. What if he comes by when we're gone? That's true. Ugh, who cares? The captain. A lot, probably. Ugh. I know. But it's not good for one of us to be alone. That's why there shouldn't be 3 of us in the first place. This is such a joke. It makes sense for 2 people to go out and 1 to stay here. Ugh, yeah, fine. Yeah, we should do something else, actually. Truth or dare again? Oh, come on. After all that, you already convinced me. The sirens are louder tonight. I can definitely hear something. No, forget it. I don't want to. Let's just not. He's never gonna know. And tonight's just gonna turn out to be another night where nothing happens, right? I don't want to. Let's just stay here. That's what I was saying. What if the captain comes to check on us? Nah, he's going home with his girlfriend or whatever she is tonight. Irresponsible. Gross. Whatever. It's so him. He's not going to bother us, and even if he did, we could say we were totally just about to, or we already did, and how is he going to know? Cool. Good. Jupiter sits down and gently leans her radio against the wall. It's an easy and correct choice to make. It would have been nice to go together, but we can't. We should do the irresponsible thing and stay in the sleeping bags and piles of clothes until we're happy. Here comes the sirens. No, ow, they're so loud. Oh god, now I'm getting a little bit of anxiety. I don't like sirens, actually. And there's the music going off. Here's the thing. It's at 10! God, why won't he shut up? But God has spoken on the unmistakable frequency. 2 of us have to go. 1 has to stay. Well, because we're excluding Jupiter this time, we gotta have Venus and Neptune. I'll stay. Oh, okay. This is so unfair. It'll be fine. They won't get me that easily. I'll broadcast from my radio and you'll be able to hear it and come home. It won't be hard. But I don't want to do it. We leave Jupiter swinging her radio and tuning the house radio. The trails through the woods are wide and precise. Camp is supposed to be an easy adventure. The minimum expectations are low. Don't walk off the path. Keep the lights on. Don't let the devil in your heart. Anyone can do that. Anyone can do that. Well, I guess that didn't work. We were so close, though. We totally could have gotten her to let us all stay. Oh, I know. Sorry. I started trying to convince her we should stay once I realized what you were doing. She likes being alone, though, so I think she'll be okay. It's fine. It was silly to try. She's too responsible. Do you think she hates us? It's not even her fault she's at the Summer Scouts like it's ours. Venus, can you shut up? Please. Oh. Sorry. Jupiter doesn't hate anyone. She's like an aesthetic monk at not giving a shit. People stop walking over her because she doesn't care enough for them to get a rise, and that's the only reason people do that. It's so annoying. Why do you care about what she thinks? I don't know. I think she's cool. I don't want to be a bother. Ugh, of course she's cool. She's just all half smiling, sorry, and no one bugs her about anything ever. Do you not kind of hate that she's so cool? Why? I wish I could be like that. Because it's fake. No one is that invincible. If it hurts, you should say so. People are supposed to get hurt by things. It's fucked up to not. It's not good for you. You too, Venus. Have a little more self-respect. I know that. It's not like I'm stupid. You know, I worry about her too, you know? Don't you want to at least make stuff a little easier for her? No. I want to make it worse. I want to make it so bad she has to say it. I want to hear it out loud. She shouldn't keep living like she's never going to get it off the tip of her tongue. I don't think she's ever going to. I really do wish I was like her a little. But still, I'm a little glad I'm not her. I wonder if maybe she wishes sometimes she wasn't her either. Maybe. A lot, I bet. Maybe all the time. Excuse me. Do you ever feel like that? Do I ever what? Sorry, What, do you? I do, yeah. Let's head back. Sometimes I do too. It's normal. Let's just get it over with. Okay, sorry. Let's just get over it. 11 p.m. So yeah, a little bit of an insight into Jupiter's character, basically about how she always bottles stuff up and tries not to let everything bother her when it's like, girl, it's fine to admit to that, it bothers you. Don't bottle shit up. It sucks. You can barely hear the sirens anymore, guys. It's fine. Sit still, you're making me crazy. I'm still a little worried. It's always like Excuse me. It's always like this. The devil always shows up when you least expect it. You two are unbearable. All we literally have to do is chill. You can do that, right? Right? I can try. Well, not really. God. I should have known. You are both impossible. I'm so glad I brought this. Oh my god. The bottle is half drunk and sticky and smells of paint thinner, sugar, and artificial flavoring. And that is exactly what it is, along with some additives that will shave years off of our lives. No need to praise me too much. You can thank me by drinking this until you're no longer anxious and annoying. Time to get drunk! I'm illegal! That is fine, because either way, I'm gonna drink it until I don't care how anxious and annoying either of you are. How did you even get that? I traded this fine bottle of pernicious rogue for 20 bucks and my 3 ugliest shades of nail polish. Aren't I generous? I haven't ever had alcohol before. Oh god, it hurts just to smell. Are you sure this is something people can drink? I mean, it has paint thinner in it, but then again, this could be a form of self-harm too. Impossible, the both of you. I swear to God. Sorry it's not an Italian red, my darling princesses. I also don't have martini glasses or umbrellas either. But I promise you, adults are lying assholes about alcohol and all this shit is sanely awful. What you should be saying is, Neptune, thank you so much for getting some with the chaser already in it. You perfect darling. You're saving us the embarrassment of throwing up after our first shot, and you ask for nothing in return but us to shut the fuck up. You're an angel who doesn't deserve any of this. Sorry, thank you. Neptune, thank you so much for... Don't get smart with me. I only have 2 shot glasses, so who's going with me? Well, we gotta exclude Jupiter, so fuck it, Venus and Neptune again. Venus, you go. Me? No, I really shouldn't thank you for offering, but I'm... Venus. You are drinking with us whether you like it or not. But we'll get in trouble, and it's not allowed, and it's illegal. I think you're having a problem understanding the situation here, Venus. Just by being in the same room with this bottle, you're already an accomplice. You will be held just as responsible if we're found out. They won't care at all if you didn't drink. You're already guilty, sweetie. So how about you just give in and drink? Well, Besides, Jupiter thinks this is going to kill us, so please prove it won't. This is an important service you're doing. No promises that I'll live. I won't let you if you don't. Cheers. Oh! This is bad. Oh, come on. Can't you at least put on a good face? Oh. Thanks, everyone. All my doubts are cleared. I feel like my stomach is trying to punch me in the face. Be tougher, please. No! I refuse utterly. What? Are you drunk? Lies! Venus, you are absolutely teetotally drunk. This is historic. I'm not at all. I'll take another shot and prove it. Somehow. You're completely on. God, it's actually worse. I feel nothing. I'm a wall. How does anyone live long enough to get used to this? It's crazy? I can't believe you at all. You were so scandalized a minute ago, and yet you are literally the drunkest person in the whole universe right now. You're a jerk, Neptune. You know what your problem is? You're gonna tell me? Oh, please do, Venus. I'm so ready. Your problem is that you hate yourself. Duh, Venus. Everyone feels like that. You're going to have to do way better. No, true. It was something about how, like, you treat hating yourself like a competition. I totally had it. Sure you did, hon. Drink up. Jesus, this is awful. What the fuck? I think I'm warming up to it. I'm lying. It feels like death. But, like, nice and sugary, so I guess I'll die. Like that, it sounds nice. I don't care about anything, and it's so great. You know what your problem is? It's that you... you... Oh, God. Help! I can't... Oh, no. Oh, no, what? Bathroom. I'm gonna throw... I got you, I promise. Jupiter, come help! No, just help me! Okay. Don't drink irresponsibly, kids! This is so awful. Help me. Why won't it stop? It'll be okay. I don't think we drank that much. It's not the... Oh, God. Oh, no. Go away, Venus. Go away. No, you have to... Oh, Neptune. What? I said, go away. Neptune, what's going on? I said it's fine. It's a lot. It's a lot worse than you said. It's still fine. I promise. I swear. Venus, I promise I'm not lying about this one. I promise. It'll be better tomorrow. Okay? We just have to get through it. Please, just don't tell Jupiter. Okay. I won't tell her. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Venus, your problem is that you're very nice. But you want something. And you think being nice is going to give it to you. But it never will. And until you figure out what it is you want, every kindness of yours will be full of that want. Like mine is. Your problem, Neptune, is you think being mean is more honest. But you're just as bad as Jupiter. And me. We're bad kids, aren't we? I hope no one finds out. Me neither. So we got some more insight into both Venus and Neptune there. Basic, God, encoding PowerPoint presentation, really. But yeah, we got some more, insight there. Neptune saying that Venus has, like, you know, Venus's problem is that, like, he wants something, and he thinks being kind will give that something to him. But it won't. And essentially, like, that kindness of his is, in a way, selfish. At least that's what I got from that situation. From those words. Like, until you figure it out what it is you want, every kindness of yours will be filled with that want. Like, I don't know, like, to me, I kind of got, like, the whole thing of, like, you know, your selfishness is making you be kind to other people, if that makes sense. Whereas with Neptune, like, Venus telling Neptune that, like, you know, like, you think being mean is more honest, but you're just as bad as Jupiter. It makes me wonder if maybe, like, basically, like, you know, the loathing that you feel, unlike Jupiter where you internalize all of it, unlike Jupiter where she internalizes all of it, you lash out at other people with it. And that's not, you know, like, basically both of you are just as, like, all of us are just as bad as each other. Again, that's what I got out of that conversation. You're sure you're okay, Neptune? Fuck off, please. We're finishing this goddamn bottle and nothing will stop me. Am I drunk? Am I still drunk? This is hard. I don't get it. How are you supposed to tell? This bottle is almost empty and you two are babies, and that is 100% objective measurement. We are. That thing. Drunk! Excellent work. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Oh boy, that aged gracefully, didn't it? Wait, stop immediately and say that again. I mean... Venus is drunk and also hearing things. I totally wanted Hufflepuff, but the quiz put me in Slytherin. I am betting the creators are regretting these sets of lines. I mean, I'm not blaming them for it. This was before, you know, this was before the TERF known as J.K. Rowling exposed herself as being a TERF, so... Are you serious? Same. Oh my god, really? But wait, I see it. You're just like, what's her name? You know, Nymphomania something? Honey, that is not what you want to say. The one with the cool hair and intense expression and the kind of gay. Exactly, wait. It was Nymphadora. Oh my god, she hates that she goes by her last name, and how the hell are you still sober enough to be able to pronounce and remember it? I'm not drunk. Venus, come here. Okay. I don't know. Do it. Okay, sorry, Jupiter. But Venus says I'm supposed to hold you down until you drink. I'll drink it. What? Boo. Ruined. You both are no fun. God. Oh my god. Are you drunk? Is it finally possible? Ugh. I need a second. We did it, Venus. Thank you for your support. That's the power of teamwork and good finding. 10 billion points to us. Good job, you win, you two. What are we playing next? What are we playing next? What a good question! We already did Truth or Dare, I guess, but there's probably something more awful and worse, right? Oh, like 7 Minutes in Heaven? Oh my god, perfect. That is the worst, dumbest idea. Yes. No, wait, that's not... I'll win. Yeah, like, nah, I'd win. You can't win it, though. God, let's. Bravery is for that other house. I declare it my turn. Well, we had a Jupiter and Neptune scene earlier, so let's go with Jupiter and Venus this time. 7 minutes in heaven. So we are here. Yup. Why? Because that's the game. I thought you were going to say Neptune, so What about Neptune? Why not you? You're safe. Interesting choice of words there. You're like a puppy. You're harmless. Did you lose your nerve? Except when you talk. Sorry, I just thought... You're so fluffy, wow. What do you do to your hair? Basically... nothing? We're friends too, aren't we? It's not weird. We're friends? See what I mean about except when you talk? Oh. Sorry. People call any group of kids friends, even if they were just forced to spend time with each other and actually kind of hate each other, though? Jesus, Venus. I don't know what to do with you. I know. That's why I play dumb most of the time. Like about you and Neptune. But I don't want to get in the way. If you were that worried about me and Neptune, that's actually a pretty cool friend thing to do. Does that make you my wingman? I'm kidding. That's all jokes. You sure are not like other boys. Thank you. It would be a lot easier if I was, though. Thank you? I finally found a compliment you like. I envy boys a little sometimes, too. Isn't that the good thing about them? That they're easier? A more straightforward sort of evil. Boys hate you to your face, at least. At least you know how they feel about you. People say that a lot. Is it true? Maybe this sounds weird, but actually, I don't think the boys are any different. I spend a lot of time with boys, you know? And they're mad to your face, sure, but they're always mad about something else too, you know? I don't know how to describe it. They hide what they're mad about by getting mad about something else. And they don't even know it. Like the captain. What's the captain really mad about, you think? I don't know. I thought it must just be being here, like us. But I think that's not everything. What do you think I'm mad about? You're not mad. What am I then? I don't know. You're lying. I thought you said you were getting annoyed because I kept talking about it. That's so right. What about you then? I'm mad about a lot of things, I guess. Liar. You're not mad. You're jealous. Why are you so jealous? It's flattering. But it's weird. I don't know. We're so mean, though. We're mean to you. You aren't at all. And Neptune isn't... I wish I could be meaner. I wish I could be so much meaner. When you're mean, though, it doesn't feel mean. Like you said, we're friends, right? Yeah. You know, you could be a little mean, and we wouldn't care. I don't want to, though. Sometimes you're still mean without meaning to be. I know. I hate it. I'd rather get made fun of than be mean. You shouldn't say things like that. Why not? I don't want to. I just don't. I know I'm bad at getting anyone to like me, and I'm weird, and everyone else can deal even though I can't. But I can't. I'm just going to be like this. I'm not going to be any different. You're asking to get beat up. I don't care. But for real. I said I'm fine. You're frustrating. Jupiter snaps her hairband. Venus feels something tighten around his neck. Venus? Venus! I've got you. What is this? What? Whose hands? I'm okay. Oh God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm fine. It's okay, I promise. It's not. It's not okay. 1 a.m. A little more insight into Jupiter and Venus's characters. Oh god, I hate the sirens. Alright, so let me scroll up a little bit. So obviously... Oh. That's a problem. Alright, so obviously, we have basically confirmation that, yeah, Jupiter and Neptune are kind of feeling on each other a little bit. There's a bit of an attraction there. But, basically it's like, God, I need to reload the scene, actually. Can I save here real quick? Alright, I'm gonna save here. Alright. Yep. Alright, skip forward a little bit. I had Jupiter and Venus. Right. Alright, so the backlog really helps me out here. But yeah, it is... Okay, so... Let me bring out the log here. I said the log. I said the log! Why is it not bringing up the log? What is happening? Why am I not getting the... What the fuck? Why am I am trying to bring up the log! God damn it, come on! Alright, fine, I guess we'll skip. Okay, that's a bug. That's a bug. I still... Okay. Why? Oh, boy. I am not... How the hell... Okay. This is weird. Why is it not bringing up the log? Ah, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna have to exit out of the game. Wow, okay, that is a bug. That's great to know. I probably gotta fix shit again. Oh, gotta resize the window. Yes. Because I wanted to fucking discuss shit before the game decided to screw with me. Alright. I always have to tell myself, like, what is it? Huh. Why does this look bigger to me? Alright, I don't even know if the log is working. But yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, this set of words right here, you're safe. But yeah, it's interesting, like, this set of words here, you're safe. Now that we kind of have confirmation that, like, oh, you know, at least from Venus's perspective, that, yeah, Jupiter and Neptune are feeling each other, it's like... Keep in mind, right? Like, 7 Minutes in Heaven is a game where basically you get to, basically go into a closet with your crush and make out with them for, like, 7 minutes, right? At least that's what's expected. And so the idea that, like, Jupiter says, you know, you're safe to Venus, who is a boy, like... Basically, Venus is the safe choice. Does that make sense? Like, he's the safe choice. You know, I won't get in trouble if I'm caught in the closet with you. Ah, there we go. I can bring up the log again. But yeah, so it's interesting. You're like a puppy, you're harmless, blah 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 blah. But yeah. We're friends too, aren't we? It's not weird. It's not weird for us to make out. It's not weird for us to be in a closet. But I wonder if that's Jupiter kind of like trying to tell herself, like, it's not weird that you're in a closet with a boy. Like, this is normal. This is what normal girls are supposed to be, you know? But she doesn't feel like, I wonder if it's like, it's her trying to rationalize to herself, like, you know, that you are attracted to Venus. It's not weird, you know? Like, basically having to deal with compets. But I'm not the only one who thinks like this. But yeah, and then of course Jupiter saying, you know, you're not like other boys, and Venus going like, ah, thanks for the compliment, but it would be nice if I was though. Basically indicating that Venus doesn't feel entirely comfortable with being. Like, it does sound like Venus is not like comfortable with. Or at least entirely comfortable with, like, his like, gender identity as a man. And such, because, like, basically, like, again, like, right here, it would be a lot easier if I was like other boys. And then, of course, Jupiter saying, like, I wish I could be a boy. I mean, I am, you know, I'm a little jealous of boys. It's like, you know, they seem like they got their shit together. And, of course, like, this right here. Boys hate you to your face, at least. At least you know how they feel about you. I wonder if that's, like, if, like, Jupiter being a lesbian, or Jupiter at least dealing with her attraction to women, right? Like, it's a lot easier to tell with boys because, like, they usually tend to be very straightforward with their feelings. They, you know, whether or not they like you or think you're hot or whatnot. Like, it's a lot easier to tell with them. Whereas with girls, it's a lot harder. Which admittedly, as someone who, like, is autistic, I do find that a little true. Oh, I say that, but, like, you know, when I was growing up, I've always found it a lot easier to be friends with boys, to talk with boys, to interact with boys, as opposed to girls. You know, so I kind of understand that. I kind of understand that, because at least boys make it clear, whereas with girls, they tend to be a lot more subtle about it, and it sucks. I will say, though, I don't know what this means right here. Like, I don't think the boys are any different, and they're mad to your face, but they're always mad about something else, too. Like, I wonder what that means. Like, is that supposed to essentially... Because it's like, even with cis-het men / boys, like, I mean, obviously, there's, you know... I feel like, I wonder if that's supposed to be more Venus, you know, indirectly referencing toxic masculinity, because... You know, because obviously to Venus, you know, who is a man, you know, he's probably had to deal with he's probably had to deal with a lot of, like, people telling him that he should be acting, you know, he should act more like a boy, he should look more like a boy, you know, like, basically, Venus is not it doesn't look or act like your typical man, you know, and obviously, there's probably, and that's weird. So let's make fun of him for that until he shapes up and mans up, you know? Like the toxic masculinity. You know? So I wonder if that's kind of like a thing, too, where it's like, you know, because obviously the whole thing with boys is that... The thing with toxic masculinity is that boys are not supposed to show emotion. They're not, like, basically, they're supposed to be broody and stoic. Like, you know, they're not allowed to basically cry or be happy. Like, they're basically, you know, like, basically, the only emotion that, like, they're allowed to show is anger and maybe happiness, you know? They're not allowed to be vulnerable. They're not allowed to show emotions. They're not allowed to cry. They're not allowed to feel sad. Like, you know... And because of that, you know, and because of that comes the homophobia, which is like, you know, you're gay if you cry, you're gay if you do this, you're like, you know, like, you know, if that's what I'm trying to convey here, you know. So I wonder if that's what Venus is referencing, is that it's like, you know, is that like the boys just have so much anger and they're not really allowed to, like, express themselves through more emotional / healthier, productive ways of expressive ways. If that, like, it's hard for me to explain, because especially as someone who obviously is not a man, who doesn't experience toxic masculinity, you know, so, I mean, I could very well be wrong here. It's just, like, again, this is what I mean when I say there's a lot of interpretations. They hide what they're mad about by getting mad about something else, like, and they don't even know it. I'm just wanting to see here. What do you think I'm mad about? You're not mad. What am I then? I don't know. And then, of course, Jupiter asking Venus, well, what about you? Are you mad about a lot of things? And she's like, no, you're not mad. You're jealous. Why are you so jealous? I wonder if it's like, I wonder if that's more like, if maybe like that's like, I don't want to say it's Jupiter entirely projecting onto Venus, like, but maybe that's it. Like maybe Jupiter is jealous as well, but she's projecting, and she kind of realized that, but she's projecting that onto Venus and doesn't quite understand. Like maybe like jealous over the idea of like not getting to experience that? I don't know. I'm trying so hard. It's flattering, but it's weird. We're so mean, though. We're mean to you. I wish I could be meaner. I wish I could be so much meaner. When you're mean, though, it doesn't feel mean. You could be a little mean and we wouldn't care. It's interesting that she says that, too. Like, it's like, I could be meaner. I could be so much meaner. You know? I wish I could be meaner. I wish like, maybe, like, you know, I wish I could stop hating myself and just hate others like Neptune does, maybe? I wish I could, you know. I mean, yeah, and actually, that could be a reason why Jupiter, I don't want to say lashes out at Venus, because Venus, you know, goes on to say, like, I'd rather be made fun of than be mean to somebody. Which I can understand, I can understand that, like, I don't want to stoop to their level. Like, I'd rather, like, if I had a choice between being I don't want to say being a victim, but, like, if I had a choice between being, you know, hurt versus hurting others, I'd rather be hurt, because I don't want to stoop to that level. Sometimes you're still mean without meaning to be. That's true. Yeah, I'd rather get made fun of than be mean. I'd rather be the victim than the perpetrator. It's hard to express. And then Jupiter getting a little upset. And then Jupiter getting a little upset at that, because maybe she just doesn't get it. Like, maybe she just doesn't get it yet. Or maybe she does, but she hates it. Just like, I wish I could be mean. Or maybe Jupiter's thinking that, like, Venus is lying to himself about this thing. And that's why she gets frustrated, because it's like she just doesn't understand, like, why you would do that, why you would willingly let yourself get beat up as opposed to, like, defending yourself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, the cat scared me. Anyway, I think, but yeah, that is a very interesting insight. So let's just move on with the story. We're already 2 hours in and we're barely through one path. Hello. Go away. Alright. 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 The sirens are still going a little. Does it sound worse to you? You're imagining. Oh. The room fills up with static from our radios, and there's another sound mixed in with the static, but none of us can tell what it is, whether it's music or talking or some sort of sound in between. The house radio. Is it the captain? Or Group South? Is it God? It's not the devil. Why aren't the sirens going off? What's wrong with it? I can't tell. I think the signal is too weak. Let's boost it. Venus wraps his radio around the house radio, and Neptune plunges hers into the wood. Jupiter lights the coil of incense nestled in the middle of her speaker. It turns red for a moment. I don't think anyone's signaling. West, Group West. This is Group West. Who's calling me? Even the devil can use radio, you know. The devil could do whatever, and if you worry about every little thing, that's just another way he can get you. Don't you read Lewis? We're the only ones out here. There's no one else to come after. I don't hear anyone. What should we do? We could ask God? Ugh. That sounds kinda... No, I promise, it's easy. We just need some extra wire. I just have to open up the radio box and... Okay, as long as you do all the work, I'm fine with it. Someone should go get wire. Venus can stay here, and one of us should spot for him. And Tinker, and one of us should spot for him. I don't want to go back to the shacks. Rock, paper, scissors? Sure. Well, we gotta exclude Jupiter. Venus and Neptune again. I guess I'm going? Scream if something horrible happens. Do the same, please. As loud as possible. Arg. Like that? The worst. Try harder or I won't save you next time. See you guys later. She's okay, I guess. Does that mean you like her? Just work on the radio. Oh, is that a no? Are you trolling me on literal purpose? A little. Wow, Venus, I'm almost impressed. You are, deep down, kind of a little shit. I didn't mean it in a mean way. I wasn't teasing. That's so much worse, Venus. I guess I just don't get it. I don't like being mean, and I don't want to be mean, so I try really hard not to be mean. I don't get any of the just kidding, because it's not just kidding. It's just mean. Does it really not bother you when everyone is mean to you? No. I couldn't care less. They're all just simply bad at it. What are they going to make fun of me for? I dare you to answer that question. No, I wasn't going to say anything. Seriously, you totally can, though. I'm an evil bad slut, right? I'm a bitch and a flirt. I'm a bitch because I let people know when they walk over me. Honestly, listen, you may be considered a bitch, but honestly, I just consider it girl bossing. Listen! We have to set our boundaries, alright? Boundaries are there for a reason, and if people call you a bitch because you're telling them to respect your boundaries, then you shouldn't care about them. I'm a flirt because boys keep talking at me. And this is somehow my problem because they can't get over themselves and leave me alone. Honestly, though, like, why is it? That is a good fucking point. Why is it whenever a girl or a woman sets boundaries for herself and people decide to violate them and the girl stands up for herself, why is she considered the bitch? Why is she considered like... Here, let me go back to the log here real quick. But yeah, it's like, yeah, like, basically, seriously. I'm a bitch because I let people know when they walk over me. I'm a flirt because boys keep talking at me. But yeah, it's my problem. Like, she's not fucking wrong, though. Like, why is it always the woman's problem? Why is it always her? It's not her fault. Like, seriously, she's so fucking right for this, though. How is that fair? Why should I get hurt by that? It makes me so mad. Why would I be anything but mad about all this stupid, obnoxious bullshit? Oh. Get it? Yeah, I think so. I feel like I shouldn't get mad, though. Like, you're supposed to turn the other cheek. Even Ever think people who love to say that just love slapping people? Yeah. I mean, it is always those kinds of people that say, like, they're like, you should turn the other cheek when they're being total assholes to you. Honestly, I feel like it's the saying of, like, I don't want to say it's virtue signaling, but it feels like that, right? Like, people who constantly preach about how you should treat, like, it's always people who preach that you should always be kind that turn out to be the most awful people. You know, it's like basically trying to rationalize and justify why they should be mean to you because of this, and this, and it's like, you shouldn't be mean to anybody. Like, it's one thing if they do you dirty. I think at that point, I think it's fine to have a little bit of retribution, but if they're just, but if you're an asshole to somebody for no fucking reason, then you're an asshole. And to those who have been like that, you don't have to turn the other cheek. You can call them out and be like, fuck you! But you don't have to be like that, you know? You're the only boy here I can stand. So I guess, keep doing whatever it is that lets you stay that way. Thanks. You too. That does make me feel a little bad for Neptune, like the fact that she's, like, seen as this bitch and a flirt because because one, she probably exists, and two, she's firm in her boundaries and will let people know when they violate them. Like, she's seen that way, and it's like, I mean, I'm all for her, like, owning that image, like, that's fine, but it has to be probably a little exhausting after a while, because it's like, imagine every person doing that to you. Like, imagine, like, you setting clear boundaries and every new person that keeps coming into your life violating those boundaries. And then when you try to stand up for yourself, you're just called a bitch. You're called a whore. You're called a slut. And keep in mind, we don't even know if Neptune is into boys. Like, she could just very well be having boys coming at her because she's a beautiful girl, and she ain't even interested in them, but then other girls are thinking, like, she's such a whore! How dare she exist? It's like, ah! It's done. Well, shall we tune in on God? Whatever. We could also try calling the captain again. Yeah, we could. Just stop. I said I didn't care. Just go ahead. Calling will absolutely make everything worse. It always does. If there was any chance the devil wouldn't come, God will ruin it. But who cares? Of course the devil is coming tonight. So do it. It doesn't fucking matter. We arrange our radios in a circle. We all hold on to a length of the copper wire. We feel like we're part of a Christmas display. We pray. We don't really need to pray to it. Sorry, I'm just so used to it. I start hearing it in my head as soon as we start, every time. Right? It just pops in my head. Same, it's fine. I'm just saying. We hold hands. We're looking for the signal. We can tell the difference between God and the devil. Finding God is pretty easy. He's 109.8 FM. The devil is never on the same frequency, but you sometimes hear a bit of him by accident when you're changing channels. By the time we find God, he's already talking. He never says for those just listening. He expects attentiveness. How do I want to voice God? I'm sorry. How do I want to voice God? A hand held against the world, to be touched and to touch. Touch is a language unto itself, and it too is a language of power. Thus unto Jupiter, which is also the language of gravity, according. God sounds like every boy you're afraid of talking at once. The fist which can give takes too, and gives by taking, or takes by giving. Just as a word is honest or dishonest, not by how it is spoken, but by he who speaks it, so is the honesty of touch. What a waste of time.
Shh, let's listen.
Whatever. Each of you shall choose. It is certain that the devil is coming.
Oh no.
It is certain. I told you. It is absolutely certain the devil is already here. Parables 1:1. The devil is only the shadow of man cast from the light of God. The meaning of this parable is that there is no devil. The weather is scheduled for 100 with humidity tomorrow. Now for the news.
Whoa, I think we know who's the devil this route.
Jupiter shuts off the radio.
I don't want to do this.
We should have called the captain. What would he have done, even?
Something else? It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not like being the devil means you're going to die. The devil just happens.
Don't pity me.
It'll be the end of something. It's me.
Don't pity me.
Oh boy. 3 a.m. We're almost done with this route.
We know the devil. Jupiter has a feeling about her, like she knows too. The house creaks, like someone is squeezing it gently, to see how much it can take before it breaks. We look at Jupiter and we worry. She's even more far away than usual. What do we do? We're expecting her to know. But right now she looks so tired. She just snaps her hairband against her wrist. And we know.
We can wait.
Can we?
Sure we can. We can keep waiting. Dawn is 3 hours away, right? It'll be here before we know it. We don't need to know who the devil is. It's just a phase. Right? Come on, you're supposed to agree. It's a good idea. Make fun of me, then go along with it. Please.
We know. It's obvious.
I know you know. I didn't think you were dumb, I just was hoping. We can feel it. It's like a moth flapping its wings, but I can feel fingers on my face and my arms and everywhere. Gross. I'm gross. I feel so distant. When did it happen? It feels like just a few hours ago everything was fine. This always happens. I always do this, every time. I'm so stupid. I'm so... My hairband broke. Oh boy.
There's a horrible sound. The terrible noise of splitting and tearing wood. It's sick. The house shivers. We can't reach her. We can't speak. Not in this storm of hands.
Don't touch me. You shouldn't touch me. I wasn't born good. But I still thought I could be. You know, I actually liked when the captain talked about how heaven was on merit. As long as you do good things, maybe you can one day be good. But then they said we don't believe that anymore, and it's only what's in your heart that matters. Just when I thought I got it right, they changed it. I can try hard, but I think God knows my heart isn't really in it. And that was my only shot, right? Mom taught me not to touch others. It's just polite, you know? And Dad taught me not to let others touch me. You gotta protect yourself if you're a girl, you know? But if it's only what I feel inside that matters, what am I supposed to do? can't stop that kind of touch. So what if I just stop trying not to, you know? It feels so strange and weird and bad to stop, but I could. I really could, I think. And how nice would that be? The humidity is thick with hands. We feel the sweat peeling off of us and the hands grasping. The devil comes in heat, not like a chill in the middle of the night. The devil sticks to your skin and seeps in your pores. The devil licks at your throat, inside, outside, follows wherever you go. Even the best kid has the devil inside her. This is why we're at camp. We're learning this lesson. Oh, the music is just glitching. It can't. I don't think my card likes this song. Even the worst kids can get lucky and live, while the good kid is doomed just from trying too hard. We hold each other. If you really can't, Jupiter, then... We don't care. We don't care. You can be like that, and it's fine. You know we're like that too, right? We feel like that all the time. We would have just given up if it wasn't for you. Y'all are sweet. But don't do that. I won't be happy if you do. And I won't let you. It's wrong to want such a thing. You know that, don't you? So don't do it. I still know that much. Stop looking up to me. We don't look up to you. We never did. We promise, so please, don't try to make me feel better. Was that Venus oh, so please. Okay, so that was Neptune. I want to touch. I want to be touched. I want to hurt. I want to be hurt. And if you feel the same way, you're as bad as me. I was hoping you'd say, get behind me, or I rebuke you like you're supposed to. Won't you let me feel like a real devil for a moment? We don't have to like it. At least give us that much. Okay. 4 a.m. Alright, so this is where the music... I remember... This scene always gets loud as fuck. That is right in my ear. So this is probably going to be where the music just starts going crazy. On Jupiter, that is so loud and droning. Alright. On Jupiter, there's an ancient storm bigger than Earth that's been blowing since before we were born. There's no way to imagine it. It's a storm that could consume everyone you knew, everywhere they had been, the site of every thought and feeling humans have ever had. Jupiter reaches out to us. She has a hand for every kind of touch. That hand is for hitting. That hand is for petting. That hand is for grabbing. That hand is for holding. We feel the pull in our skin and recoil. They want so many things from us. Maybe everything. The devil is lonely. We kicked out the devil and it must miss us. It keeps begging to be let back, for us to let it in. And Jupiter did. Every wish of the body belongs to it, and every wish is a hand expressing that desire, and every hand is a storm that is bigger than the world, reaching for us. But it will not. The hands don't touch us, and the storm doesn't break over us. We chose to be distant from her, and the devil only ever gets one moment. For revenge, for love, for please take me back. There is nothing to fear when there is two against the devil. Neptune brings the water. Her radio cackles and bubbles and foams at its sharpest edge. Venus brings the light. His radio whines and wriggles and coils around itself.
Our radios scream and crash against her, and the devil is destroyed. 5 a.m. Final thing. Did she do it on purpose? Maybe a little. Or maybe a lot. At least a little. Jupiter just looks so peaceful. It was the first thing that came to mind. We both thought it would be us. So Excuse me. So it still feels strange to be looking at her like this. Not in a bad way. We're not upset at her. We just want to know why. Because it was so clear for us. Back when we were walking to the campfire, I thought it would be me. I was so sure. I guess I'm wrong sometimes. For me it was... I think... when we were putting out the lights, I already saw it in the corner of my eye. And then when Group South came, I felt so... well, you know. Yeah, I know. The smell of incense is awful enough in here, but outside the tent, the groups are tying rags to their faces to endure the smell while they try to smoke the whole forest out. We have the privilege of being on watch. It shouldn't have been her. Normally you're like, don't patronize me. No, you're right. It should have been one of us. Either one of us. I don't care which. Jupiter moves in her sleep. Venus moves a candle out of her way. You're very attentive. Thanks. I keep thinking. Don't worry about it. What are we going to do? Fight over which of us hates ourselves more? What's the point? Neither of us can beat her. Can beat her. We'd hold hands. Or, it turned out, we already were. So that was the red route, or Jupiter's route. So my interpretation of that is Jupiter has... Where the hell is my achievement? Sorry. There's my achievement! No prince for the princesses. Get the red ending. No prince for the princesses. That's an interesting achievement name. So yeah, my interpretation of that, like, so, okay. So Jupiter struggles with being queer, right? But also being seen as the kid of, you know, like, everybody looks up to her, right? Everyone thinks she's cool and all that, and she kind of struggles with those expectations, right? And how do I put this? So her devil form, right? Like, you saw the devil, like, you saw her devil form, like, she is red and covered in hands. And of course, like, they talked about how, you know, what purpose each hand is, and it's like, and of course you had, like, Jupiter's, like, I don't want to say monologue, but, like, her little, you know, her whole, her breakdown, essentially, of, like, you know, I thought I could be good, I thought I could, like, what is that word? Not word. like, let me see. I want to bring up something real quick. I know I just minimized the game. That's on purpose. I just want to look up something real quick in regards to this. I'll put it on the loading thing just to help here. Am I typing? I don't think I am. I'm not. It's fine. It's fine. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. But, let's see. But yeah, here we go. So, her breakdown, right, about how, you know, I wasn't born good, but I thought I still could be, you know, like, that whole breakdown, I kind of take it as, like, I kind of took that as, like, you know, that basically, like, because if we were to interpret the idea of goodness, right, as being straight or cishet, like, I keep saying cishet, cisgender, etc., like, because it is interesting that she says, like, I wasn't born straight. I wasn't, you know, I guess, like, in this instance, it should be, you know, sexuality. So, I wasn't born straight, but I thought I still could be. You know, and it does make me wonder if, like, you know, if, like, basically along the lines of Jupiter saying that, like, you know, if I just like, basically, if I pretended I was straight, like, basically, if I did all the things that straight girls do, you know, be attracted to boys, hang out with them, talk with them, go on dates with them, you know, do all the things that you're supposed to do when you're dating, you know, when you're a teenager and you're attracted to people. It's like, if I could do that with boys, you know, maybe I can be straight. Maybe I can just, maybe I'm not gay. Maybe I'm just straight, you know, but I just have to try, you know. But then, of course, you know, the script was suddenly flipped on her, and, you know, just when she finally got that, and just when she finally thought she, you know, was able to be seen as straight, to be viewed as straight and such, they changed it. They flipped the script on her. And then she goes on to say, like, I can try again, but I do, you know, but I think God knows my heart isn't really in it. Basically, you know, Jupiter knowing that she's queer at this point, she's gay, but she can't, you know, she can't keep pretending that she's straight, or at the very least, like, you know, God can tell she's not really straight, if that makes sense. You know? and then the whole thing of, you know, Mom taught me not to touch others, and Dad taught me not to let others touch me. You know? But if it's only what I feel inside that matters, what am I supposed to do? I can't stop that kind of touch. So what if I just stop trying not to? It feels so strange and weird and bad, but I could stop, I really could, and how nice that would be. Excuse me. I wonder if it's, I mean, because combining that with her, you know, with another quote of, you know, I want to touch, I want to be touched, I want to hurt, I want to be hurt. Like, it very much screams as if, like, you know, Jupiter, I mean, first of all, it screams to me that Jupiter is, like, touch-starved as shit. And it is, you know, and I do like how, you know, throughout the whole 4 a.m. scene, they mentioned how touch is a language. Not the 4 a.m. scene. Where is it? Isn't it in the 3 a.m. scene? Probably. I can't, I can't find it, unfortunately. But they did mention in the God thing, we know when they were talking with God, and God was like, blah, blah, blah. Like that. I do like that it mentioned that like touch is a language. I mean, it is true. Like touch is, I mean, because humans have like ways to communicate with each other that doesn't necessarily require verbalizing it. You know, like we have body language, and touch can definitely be a language in of itself. You know, and there's obviously like good touches, bad touches, etc., etc. You know, and I wonder if like Jupiter's saying like, you know, I want to touch, I want to be touched, I want to hurt, I want to be hurt. Like it does make me wonder cuz and this was kind of where I was thinking about with the self-harm thing because granted we never get confirmation if Jupiter really did harm herself, but I think it's pretty implied that she might have. And the reason I bring that up is because I wonder if it's like you know that it's like when Jupiter gets too into her head, like, you know, if that makes sense, gets too into her head, if, like, I'm gonna bring the game back up for a moment. Like, if it's supposed to be referencing how, you know, when Jupiter gets too into her head, gets carried away with her thoughts and starts to spiral, if that's the reason why she harms herself, it's a way of grounding herself. You know, and the thing is, touch can definitely be that as well, like as a way to ground yourself. It can also be seen as a way of like just having some kind of control over your life. You know, and I guess like overall, if we were to look at this, it's like Jupiter wants to. I think Jupiter just wants to be allowed to love, you know, a woman, or to be loved by women. But she's been told, like, you know, you shouldn't desire for that. It makes you bad. It makes you, you know, you're letting the devil in by doing that. Because, I mean, the devil it can very much be seen of queerness, but also be seen as temptation. I mean, think of Adam and Eve, how Eve was tempted by Satan. You know, and maybe that's what, and you know, and Jupiter knows that, you know, like basically she's been told that like, you know, you're falling into temptation by feeling that way towards other women. It's like you shouldn't want that. You shouldn't feel like that. You know, and because of the fact that she's been seen as, you know, and because of the fact that that she's been taught that, like, you know, being gay is evil, being gay is letting the devil in, that's, and she's just so tired of passing off as straight and all that, she's just like, fuck it, it's like, fuck it. Fuck it, like, like, I'll be seen as the devil. I'll let them in because that's all I'll ever be, I guess. I mean, it's hard to explain. It's just, especially when, like, my thoughts are a little bleh. But, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, Jupiter letting the devil in is basically the other two, letting the devil in means, you're gonna let yourself be seen as evil, let yourself be seen as, as the, as basically the worst version of yourself that others see you as. And Venus and Neptune at the end, thinking it should have been them instead of Jupiter. It's like, I don't know. Again, I think like Jupiter is just like I think like she's, I don't want to say sexually repressed because she's a teenager, but like definitely like a sexually repressed like teenager who's struggling to deal with her attraction to women, and and coming to the realization that she is gay, that she doesn't really feel anything towards men, and she wants to do all these things that normal teenagers do, just with girls, and just struggling with that, thinking like it should be a boy, it should be a boy, and just being so incredibly touch starved, I also wonder too if it's also like, the idea of, in terms of Christianity, where women aren't allowed to have their own needs and wants and desires. That is also a thing with Jupiter, And I also do kind of wonder, because it did just occur to me of like, this is also supposed to like the idea of Jupiter, who's seen as like this cool kid, if this is like, if out of universe or in the meta text, the meta narrative, if this is supposed to show that like, even kids like Jupiter can be struggling with shit like this. Even kids like Jupiter can be, queer and struggling with their sexuality. Even they can like go through shit, So yeah. I mean, I will say, like, in regards to my own experiences with my sexuality, like, I don't know if I've ever really talked in depth about it before, but, in terms of my, sexuality, I feel like it's a little easy to say, I feel like it's a little easy to talk about, like, what led me to discovering I was pan, when it's just like, when it's like, I don't know, I always felt that way, but I just finally found the proper term for it when I got on Tumblr in 2014. And I've basically identified that way for almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years in August. But in terms of I guess, like, in terms specifically of my attraction to women, like, it did take, like, I don't want to say it took me a long time. It's more so just, like, I always kind of knew that I was into women. I think it's always been like that since I was a kid. But it did take me, I think if anything, it kind of took me a long time to, like, accept it as, like, a serious thing. Because up until then, I kind of treated it more as a joke. It's hard to explain. Like, although I had always known that I was, sapphic, I never really, like, accepted it. I always kind of treated it as if it were a joke, an afterthought. Where I would always make jokes about, like, being attracted to girls and women, but I never took it as, like, a serious thing. I guess a good way to put it is that, like, while I always knew that I was attracted to girls when I was a adolescent, when I was a teenager, I always kind of I think at that point in my life I kind of figured that, like, I could have, that maybe I could have some fun with girls/women, but I'm still going to end up with a man for the rest of my life. I'm still going to, I'm still probably going to mainly be attracted to men. I'm still going to want to do things with men, with boys, and all that. And it certainly didn't help when you had, like, outside influences kind of keep you in the closet. Because I'm not going to lie, I've had, like, instances where where girls my age at the time kind of tried to force me out of the closet, even when I didn't believe I was in the closet. Like, I'll go a little more into detail about that at a later, later on in the stream, but let's just say that, for now, like, I've had instances where my boundaries were violated, and girls would always try to force me out of the closet I didn't know existed at that point. And because of that, it kind of just led to me kind of really keeping quiet about that part of myself. I mean, the funny thing is, I came out to my family before, and I never did, and I didn't really do that for anyone else. It was only my family I came out to, and they took it all right. They were just, they weren't like, they were definitely not negative about it, but they weren't super, like, positive about it. Like, basically, it was the right kind of, like, indifference that I liked. Now granted, my family doesn't know the extent of my identity, and quite frankly, I like it that way. The most that they know is that it's like, oh, Airi is bi, which I'm perfectly fine with letting them assume that. Because, unfortunately, they are people that are not as well informed of the LGBT plus community as probably many other parents of queer kids are, or families of other queer people are. And I frankly don't have the energy or the time to, like, sit down and educate them on shit. Like, so long as they don't act like assholes towards me, or to anybody that I know of, I think it's fine. But as I was saying, back to my original point, it wasn't until my early 20s, I think, that I kind of realized, like, oh yeah, no, I am totally gay. Like, I am really attracted to women. They're really pretty, and I want to, do these things and all that. And it's like, it was a lot, honestly, but it also felt really good to finally accept that and just be like, like, I have nothing to hide. I don't really, like, I have nothing to hide anymore. I don't really, like, my voice keeps cracking, I'm sorry. I don't really have, people trying to force me into accepting this part of me when I didn't feel ready to yet. And I was able to come to terms with it on my own. Granted, I probably would have come to terms with it on my own a little earlier in my life, had I been given the time and space to do so, but that's neither here nor there. So while I never really faced, like, discrimination or prejudice or bigotry, honestly, based on my attraction to women, I can understand to an extent, like, the struggle of accepting it, although again, my whole thing was more just, like, treating it as a joke, as an afterthought, and not really, like, just kind of seeing it as, like, not necessarily a phase, but just like, it's a fun little thing. It'll probably just never pop up again. And then years later, it's like, oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Alright. Alright, so now that we're done with Jupiter, I think now is a perfect time that we get the roulette wheel out and we try to go for either Venus or Neptune. So now that we know the names, we don't necessarily need to put down, blue, red, and yellow. So now we can just have Neptune and Venus. Alright. Spin, spin, spin. What do we have? Who are we gonna traumatize next? Ooh. Patch, 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 patch. We got Venus. Arigato. Alright, so Venus is up next. Oh, the coding. Okay. Alright. Well, we're gonna continue on from our first save here. Yep. Alright, so last time we had to exclude Jupiter. But yeah, so last time we had to exclude Jupiter, but now, since we're going for Venus... Okay, so obviously this doesn't really have a choice. But we did the Venus and Neptune thing last time, so let's check Venus and Jupiter. Alright. Come on, let's go. Okay. Stay, where are you going? Stay, the bonfire captain said. Stay! Come on, guys. Why are you all such idiots? Why do you think we're going to be as stupid as you are and believe the stupid things you're saying? Why are you unable to follow basic instructions or hear things that people say? Group South turns around. Hey, Neptune. Hey, Neptune. Hey, Neptune. You're exactly as ugly as each other. It's scarily accurate. How long did you have to practice to coordinate that? I'm truly in awe that it's possible for you all to have done this every single day for a month. I was so sure one day you were going to slip up and one of you would be accidentally identifiable, but consider me defeated. As expected of our top group this year, though, I thought that I was underestimated, but I'm so deeply ashamed of myself for doubting you for even... Neptune dies out by the time we reach the next siren. She'll be okay. Yeah. Maybe we should go check, though. It's fine. We get to the siren and we do the thing. Jupiter pushes up Venus, and he climbs up to get the switch at the top. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm really sorry. I know. I really don't like them. They're kind of fuckers. And of course the guess I'll die. Guess right. They're very popular, though. You think so? Man, I don't like them. Does anyone really like them? No, not really. Not even the captain likes them. They like you, though, don't they? I guess. I don't know. Actually, I don't think they do. Sometimes they're a little bit funny. But I don't actually like their humor too much. This sounds weird, but I kind of hang out with them so they'll leave me alone? Maybe that doesn't make sense. No, it kind of doesn't? Jeez. I kind of knew you'd say that. You know how sometimes kids bully each other because they don't know how to say they like someone? Yeah, and it's a really shitty thing. Let's not do that anymore. Yeah, a little. I always thought that maybe they also had to hate you a little to do that, though. See? You get it. But I wish they'd leave me alone. Or, I guess I meant more like, that sucks. And I wish we didn't have to, or I could talk to them and they wouldn't hate me? Well, if it makes you feel any better, it's really not working out for me either. It doesn't. Well, it does a little. 8 p.m. Alright, so we're just gonna skip over stuff that we have already read. I mean, it's basically the same, it's just a choice. Oh, that skip is breaking. Alright, because we're excluding Venus this time, we gotta go with Jupiter and Neptune again. I think this is the same choice. Yeah, that's the same choice. Oh, I should... Fuck. I should have fucking saved at that junction. I should have saved at that junction. My bad. My B. Alright, skip. Oh, this is new. Jupiter and Neptune. Alright. Fine. You then. Truth. Who do you like?
You didn't hold back at all.
There's no mercy in truth or dare, Jupiter.
Well, I don't really...
I absolutely will know if you're lying. Don't dare.
Okay.
I will know. Jupiter snaps her hair tie against her wrist.
Well... Then you already know...
Just kidding, that's a dumb question.
Oh. That's fine.
It'd be so boring anyway. It's not like I can actually imagine you fawning over some dude.
What's that supposed to mean?
You just aren't the sort of person who'd chase after someone. Like, you wouldn't let them think they were worth that kind of effort if they didn't deserve it, or let them think they were better than you if they weren't. And who is, anyway? No one's that cool.
Thanks. I think that was a compliment? Though, probably no one is ever going to want to date me.
Do you want anyone to date you?
Is that your truth or dare question?
Damn it, you're too sharp.
Neptune, you're the sort of person who'd wish for infinite wishes first thing just in case it worked, right?
Hey, whose turn is it, huh?
Aw. But I wouldn't have had an interesting answer either. I would have just said I'd only want to date someone if someone wanted to date me.
You're doing it again.
What?
You're... Never mind. You win. Venus, you should pay attention. This is how you get out of playing stupid games.
Ah! Okay. So whose turn is it?
Oh, no you don't. I told you that wasn't the question. You just went and answered it on your own.
Fine, you got me.
No excuses.
I guess that's fair.
Of course it's fair. If there's no answer, it doesn't count. Okay then, here it is. Ready?
Totally.
Truth. Who does Venus have a crush on?
Wait, what if I get it wrong?
Then you're in trouble.
Still? Not fair? Guess I need to get it right then. Oh, it's totally... you.
No, absolutely not. Illegal.
Aw, why not? It's cute. He has good taste?
Boo. No. Awful. Absolutely rejected. You're not funny at all. I mean, Venus didn't exactly deny it, so does he have a crush on Neptune? Alright. Gotta go, gotta go. Alright, so... we gotta exclude Venus, so it's Jupiter and Neptune.
Okay, I'll stay.
Are you sure? Yeah, are you really sure?
Staying in one place is pretty hard, but I think I'll manage.
What? Oh wait, it's a joke!
Well, now I feel a little bit less confident, but... I know we can't light candles or burn incense without the house catching fire,
But I can wrap my radio around the door. And there's no other way in. Okay, if you're sure. Then let's go. We're not even going to catch the devil anyway, so let's just get it over with. We leave Venus wrapping his radio around the doorknob. He's good at knots, and he's good at switchboxes, and if he's good at anything else, he's never shown us. The woods are noisy with insects and frogs. Nothing ever shuts up around here. Nature doesn't care about humans or the devil. But we sometimes think they take his side over ours if they got the choice. The world probably resents being nothing more than God's gift to us. Venus is probably fine. Nah, he's totally going to die. Both of you sure have the element of surprise when it comes to telling jokes. Are you seriously worried about him? Maybe. A little. He's weird. Not in a bad way necessarily, but maybe in a bad way, possibly. Sometimes I don't even know what he is. Do you think he notices how much of a jerk he is sometimes? I wish. He'll be so great if he leans into it on purpose. He'll just be a bitch if he stays like this. No boy is innocent. Or whatever he is. Ugh, I'm not liking the language here. I get it, but still. Well, we're all stuck together, whatever we are, for the rest of the week. We could just go now. We could just go now. We could run away right now and never come back and never have to know what happened here. The highway isn't even a mile away. Just kidding. I know you'd never go for that. You say just kidding after a lot of pretty huge things. Would you go for it? No, it's stupid. Summer Scouts is almost over anyway. Some things you just bear with and then it's over. That is really thoughtful. You don't bear anything quietly, though. No, why the hell should I? This place is ruining my entire summer and no one deserves to forget it. God, yeah. This place really is the worst. I'm glad you don't give me a chance to say yes to any of your bad ideas. Are you okay? My eyes feel so weird. My skin feels weird. I hate these bugs and this everything. Nothing could be grosser. Thanks. I'm fine. Neptune, never mind. Yeah, let's go back. I don't know if I necessarily like that language with describing Venus. It's like, because he doesn't act like your typical boy. Do you think he notices how much of a jerk he is sometimes? God, he'd be so great if he leaned into it on purpose. He'll just be a bitch if he stays like this. But yeah, it is kind of interesting that they're noting on, like, how I wonder if that's also, like, a little bit of toxic masculinity. Like, the fact that, like, Jupiter and Neptune are commenting on how Venus doesn't really act like a boy. And it's just weird to them. I mean, granted, they're teenagers, so they're probably used to boys acting, like, a certain way. And Venus just doesn't fit that. But it is, like... You know, but it is still, like, showcasing, like, toxic masculinity. But also kind of, like, maybe, like, a bit of a disconnect with how Venus acts versus how he's supposed to act. Supposedly. And then, of course... Yeah, and then, of course, he got fucking, like... Neptune being like, we could just fucking run. We could just leave his ass behind. And Jupiter's like, I don't know about that. And then this whole thing. I'm glad you don't give me a chance to say yes to any of your bad ideas. And then Neptune just kind of like pauses. I wonder if that's supposed to be like, like, maybe it's not necessarily, like, a bad idea, just, like, running away. I mean, to be fair, like, this camp seems like conversion therapy. Like, I don't blame her. It's like, I want to fucking go. I want to leave. I hate this place. It sucks. And I feel like I hate myself. I don't want to be here. Like, yeah. Alright. Gotta skip. Oh, this is the drunk scene. Well, we're not Jupiter and Neptune again. Jupiter, you're gonna drink, right? Please don't tell me you're not. I guess. Peer pressure. You're not cool if you don't drink. Oh no, I'm falling for this. Look at me. I'm an after-school special. You're hanging out with the wrong crowd. Who knows what'll happen? Okay. Good. Cheers? Your face right now! It's not... Ugh. It's just so... sweet. It'd be easier straight. Wait, this isn't your first time drinking? My dad sometimes gives me a little. What kind of parenting is this? And my mom, too, on Sundays. They're really strict, though. They want me to, like, appreciate it and not do exactly what we're doing and drink horrible shit for the sake of getting drunk. Well, it's too late now. You're corrupted forever, and the only choice is to drink until you're drunk and hungover so you can learn an important lesson about life and peer pressure and whatever. Okay, I'll drink to that. Bottoms up, bitch!
Yep. Still bad.
Ugh. How do you... Oh, wait a minute. Ugh. How do you stand it? You're barely making a face. It's infuriating. Another, please!
I can't stand it. It's awful. It's unimaginable. Please show me mercy.
Another.
Are you... sure?
I'm just gonna read. Fuck you! Take this shot!
It's so gross.
Ugh, I hate this.
What is this flavor? Fruit punch? Or is it green apple? Maybe watermelon.
I can't believe you're not even tipsy. Your father is incredible. Is he Vin Diesel? Is he Arnold Schwarzenegger? Is he Ernest Hemingway? Are you the love child of Vin Diesel and Ernest Hemingway?
Well, he doesn't care for women or long sentences if that counts.
Ha! That's fucking funny! So you have read a book.
I mean, it's not because he's mean or anything, he just doesn't like women.
Oh. Wait, why would he send you here? Oh, so her dad is gay.
Sometimes we just do stuff so Mom will chill.
Your dad is cool.
Yeah, he really is.
Another?
Okay. My dad said that humans may have made alcohol, but the devil gave him the idea.
Your dad has never been more right about anything.
The worse it tastes, the more evil it makes you. And every kind has its own sort of evil in it. I think alcohol is incredible like that.
It's all the same.
No, it's so different. It's so different. Like red wine makes you lascivious, but also kind of weepy. And beer makes you lazy, but prepared to yell.
Oh yeah? Then what does this make you feel?
I feel like I want to break a window?
You're right, fuck! I'm going to throw up on everyone!
You are not sober.
Neither are you, miss. It's written all over your smug, lazy face, I can tell! now! Oh.
No, it's true! This is a tragedy. How will my reputation as #1 untouchable tomboy prude ever recover?
God, don't complain. I got most touchable, and it's not even true. I'm not even half as bad as those sluts in Group Southeast. Leave me alone, please. People think you're cool, you know?
They are wrong and also jerks. Camp will be over soon anyway.
Assholes. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em, Jupiter.
Yeah! Let's do another.
Fine. Ugh.
You shouldn't drink so fast.
No. It's not that.
Are you okay?
Oh, God, I itch.
Neptune?
It's... okay. I... Stop. Damn it. Not... here.
Come, let's go to the bathroom. Don't throw up here.
I'm fine. Don't...
Neptune!
Don't look.
Are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Seriously, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little sick. I can do one more.
One more.
Disgusting forever! Jupiter's saying that she is the #1 untouchable tomboy prude. Interesting. I guess because she hasn't really, like, gone out with boys, which is considered weird. Also, I love how it's, like, considered a tomboy. I mean, I guess she is a tomboy in a way, but she's a pretty tomboy. Oh, the Jupiter Neptune. God, we're really getting a lot of these scenes. Alright. Oh, here come...
Where are you?
Whoops, I think this is a broom. Wow, how dare you confuse me with a broom?
Oh no.
Just kidding. I'm here.
Oh. I see. Or I feel, I guess. I can't see.
We're close.
Yeah. So... Neptune.
Shh.
No,
Here. Oh.
Wow. It's not real if we don't say it out loud, right?
That's right. No one can prove it.
No one except us.
It's your word against mine. A double lock. So it never happened unless we both say it did.
Neither of us is going to be that stupid, right?
Of course. We both know better.
I'm, kind of an idiot, though.
You liar. You're much better at keeping yourself quiet. I never would have if I knew you might be stupider than even me.
Sorry. I'm just so...
Some things can't be taken back. There are things worse than saying it directly, you know?
Like, this feels right.
And I'm just so happy. Exactly, what are you thinking saying things like that?
I'm not saying them. They're things anyone could have said about anybody. They're just in the air. You mean so much to me. Anyone could have said that. About anyone. Not that I'm saying it.
You get it. The Midwest is great. All you have to do is not say it out loud. Is like a spell. And you can be as obvious as you want about everything else. You can wait it out forever. As long as you don't say it.
I hope I can. But even if I don't say it, I still feel it. Like a hand in the air. Holding tight.
It's okay.
Is it?
I said it's okay, so it's okay. Stop talking. Stop talking forever. I'm drunk. You're drunk. Can't see anything. Double lock. Nothing is happening. Your hands, either way, are nice.
You're right. This is nothing. And so is this.
Oh.
This too.
You get it. Oh. Exactly. Just nothing. Like that hand in the air, you might think you're feeling it, but
it's nothing.
It's nothing. All the things she said running through my head. Kiss and don't tell. I got an achievement. Man, I do like that scene. I like that scene a lot. Like, the idea of these two girls in a closet playing 7 Minutes in Heaven and basically kissing each other. And just, like, telling them, and saying to each other, like, this isn't real. My voice is cracking. And saying to each other, like, this isn't real. This doesn't mean anything. It's nothing. Even though in their hearts, it's like, this is everything. This is everything. This means a lot, And basically, like, but basically it's like, if you don't say it, it's not real. If you don't verbalize it, it's not real. It's kind of like the whole thing of, like, how thoughts are, that thoughts don't become real unless you verbalize them, unless you give them a voice. But yeah, I really like that scene. Like, it does make me wonder if, God, it wouldn't surprise me if there's been a bunch of, like, sapphics who've done that before, just, like, telling each other it's not real, what we're feeling isn't real, it's just nothing. While in their hearts it's fucking real, but we don't want to give those feelings a voice, so they just stay buried, locked within ourselves. It's a good scene. I like it. I can't believe you can get an achievement for that. Alright. What scene did we go for? We were excluding... Okay, so I think this... Venus and Jupiter. It's fine. I'll go. Have fun fixing it. I hope I'm killed in the woods. This is kind of stupid. It'll be fine. Anyway, you suggested it. Yeah, but... Why won't the others just come help? Because we can do it? I guess? I hate being treated like this. Like what? Like a scapegoat. I mean, that's not it. But it totally is. If we were in the normal scouts, they'd rush to help us. They act like real teams and take care of each other and get crystalline diodes and transformation sequences. We can get them too. We just have to get through this. Right. Try hard. It doesn't hurt to try. I know it's no guarantee. Not everyone in the normal scouts tried all that hard, Most of them did. Harder than I could. Do you think everyone in the normal scouts tried harder than you ever have? Well, if that's true, that it's true. But if even one person who didn't try as hard as you got more than you have to say it isn't fair. You sure won't budge on this, will you? Doesn't it feel unfair? It's just reality. It's reality on purpose. Reality that's someone's fault. You can still get better at this if you try, you know? It's not fair, but it's not the end. So, when someone rigs it from the start and then says try your best, doesn't that make you mad? Doesn't that make you so inconsolably mad that you never want to try it at all? You're hard to figure out sometimes, Venus. Sometimes even more than Neptune is. Really? Maybe I just don't get it. If you put in the minimum, you'll be fine. Right? That's what I do. Does it work? Yeah. Well, mostly. Well, better than nothing. I don't know what's wrong with me. But I can't. Not when it comes to this. What is this? Whatever they want out of me that's not fixing radios. To be tougher? To grow up? To... What's that? Hey, what's wrong? Can you see that? See what? There, right there. I don't... It's so bright. Venus, hey, stop. It's close. I just want to see. There's nothing there. But... Venus, I'm telling you, I don't see it. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Venus has got a point. It's like, what's the point of working hard when you're all, when basically someone has rigged it against you from the start? Like, the idea, I mean, he's got a point of, like, why should you, it's like, why should you try to achieve something or to do something if someone's already rigged it from the start, if someone's already rigged for you to lose? And Jupiter being like, well, you should still try. And it's like, well, what's the point? Alright. Hey, stop! We're not done! My god, I held the skip button because I thought, like, oh, we'll stop at the radio. Nope! Alright. Shining as Lucifer, the morning star, in the dawn, and symbolizing the arrogance of desiring a beauty that is not God's. Venus 523. That which appears to be within grasp, and yet is ever... God sounds like every boy you're afraid of talking at once. Of the vanity to be seen and to see, the human eye sees clearly by the light of God, but the devil by his own light, and thus sees only his own truth. The meaning of the parable... What a waste of time. It is certain the devil is coming. It is certain. I told you. We're fucked. Alright, we'll just skip past this. Alright, 3 a.m. So now we're at the breakdown scene with Venus. I swear to God, if you skip me, I'm gonna be so pissed. Alright. We know the devil. The fireflies are out tonight. So many were afraid. We feel a little like we wish we could get away. Just for a little while. To some place that's not this shack. If the devil wasn't here, then... something. There's something that could happen. The only thing in the world we want to do. We need to go. It's too late. The devil's here. Just like on the radio. This place is awful. It's just making everything worse. We should get out of here. We need to get out of here. The captain won't let us. Screw him. Why do we... Excuse me. Why do we have to deal with this? Why is this our problem? It's stupid. This is on purpose. There's no reason to come out to these stupid woods. I can't believe I came here like we actually deserved it. What did they think was going to happen?
Neptune. It will be okay. Okay? I think.
Thanks.
I tried. Sort of.
No, I actually...
What was that?
Out the window, where Venus is pointing, there's a light like a flashlight. But it's not a flashlight.
What is it?
Jupiter goes to the window to see. And this time it's true. We can see it too. We know we should stay. We should just get it over with here, where it's easiest. It'll be better for him too. But... we should go. Seriously, God, yes.
We shouldn't. I mean, isn't one of us supposed to stay here?
Isn't one of us supposed to stay here? There's a light inside now. It doesn't do anything. It just wanders. It passes over Neptune and she shivers. Screw this. No waiting. Now. And we run. First it's left, then it's right, then it's both behind and ahead of us. It's like running from every firefly. It's like running from streetlights. It's like running from the sun. And they want him so bad. Come on, we're almost there. You're okay, right? Right?
Yeah.
They hate streetlights. We should have run for the road.
I know.
I'm not mad, okay? But I was fucking right. So if we die, you're not allowed to be mad.
That's fair.
Jupiter trips. It's 100% her fault. She's not even upset. She holds Venus under her as she hits the dirt.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Jupiter leaps up and pulls Venus and crashes directly into the ground again. Her foot hurts so bad she almost screams. No. You're okay, aren't you? Please don't be doing this stupid thing. That is not happening and not real.
Sorry. Oh, God. Fuck.
It's super bad. Neptune holds Jupiter's hands so tight.
It's probably going to be fine.
Fuck you. Venus stands up. The lights flicker.
Why? Why are you protecting me? Why won't you let me? Why can't you just let it have me? Why won't you go on without me? Why won't you? I don't want to be strong. I don't want to be that sort of person at all. The light's in the edge of my eyes. I want to see them so much. They're so horrible, I can't look away. I want them within and without me, all through and about me. I want feathers in my lungs and eyes on my skin. I want my heart to see and my lungs to fly. I want to undo the division of day and night. I want to cast light over the city and shine shadows where the streetlights used to be. You're going to say I shouldn't give up, and there's hope and we can all get through this. Please, don't. And that's not a lie, but...
Venus, no, get a grip. Stop. I promise, I won't...
It's nobody's fault but mine.
Jupiter holds Neptune. For a second, it looks like the light is lifting him up, like he's going up like Jeremiah. It's exactly what we imagined. We're so glad we're together now, but it still feels wrong. Stop for a second and let us figure it out. But we don't deserve to get out with no regrets. We're ready, and we can see the way out is right there, right through there. Oh boy. Oh, Venus. VVV. Alright, so let's read that. Venus is a suffocation of air and light, a Midwest summer sun so punishing it feels like a dream. A summer that never ends is hell. Nothing could be worse than being hot and sticky and surrounded by people who vaguely hate you forever. A wet, timeless nightmare of cloudy light. Venus reaches out to us. She has eyes to fly with and wings to see. As terrible as an angel, be afraid. That wing to see the truth and that eye to lay it bare. We feel the heat on our skin and recoil. It wants something from us. A lot of things. Maybe everything. The devil is lonely. We kicked out the devil and it must miss us. It keeps begging to be let back, to let it in. And Venus did. Every wish of the eyes belongs to it. Nothing can escape this light. But we do. We can't feel the beat of the wings or the light of the eyes. We can't be seen. We chose to cover our faces. And the devil only ever gets one moment. For revenge. For love. For please see me. But there's nothing to fear when there is two against the devil. Neptune brings the water. Her radio cackles and bubbles and foams at its sharpest edge. Jupiter brings the storm. Her radio blares and shrieks in the weight of its shudders. Our radios scream and crash against her, and the devil is destroyed. 5 a.m. We're on the second highest branch, so we can see everyone, but no one can see us. Everyone else is climbing around the sirens, checking if we can get them any louder in the daylight. Good job, kiddo. Good job, kiddo. Venus hangs from the highest branch he can. Steam peels off him. Nothing we can do about that but let it blow into the wind. A little bit of the devil always gets away. Neptune crushes a leaf in her fingers. Jupiter holds her other hand, like we need to. How much longer do we have? Until it's all gone, probably. All day? If we're lucky. Good. Neptune checks her phone, but it's out of batteries. I'm so tired. Me too. Don't be tired. If I fall asleep, who's going to stop me from falling? I don't know. I guess we're both going to die. I promise I won't actually, though. Good. Otherwise I'll die, right? Guess I'll die. That sprite should not be a thing. Right. Is your leg okay? Yeah. So don't let me fall either. Huh. Okay. So say if Venus falls, I'll catch him and then you'll catch me. I'll totally try. But I think we'll definitely all die if that happens. In that case, you shouldn't then. I shouldn't. But I probably totally would. Wouldn't I be so cool? Like a real hero. You totally would. It'd be funny. Not sweet at all. We lean on each other. And we wait. So if you didn't catch that little bit in the in Venus's devil form, we suddenly had a pronoun switch. We went from using he, him to refer to Venus with she, her. Basically giving out the reveal that Venus is a trans woman, closeted trans woman. Honestly, I kind of feel like this. I kind of feel like Venus is probably like the easiest to interpret. Because, I think about the phrase of the mortifying ordeal to be seen. And the idea. So we should be getting an achievement. Help me, God, I'm in love. Get the yellow ending. Help me, God, I'm in love. Huh, that's interesting. But yeah, like, it is kind of like... But yeah, I feel like Venus's, like, arc is kind of just, like, the easiest to interpret, because, I mean, she's a closeted trans woman. Or, okay. Okay, how am I going to refer to Venus? Because I've been using... Because here's the thing, I've been using he, him to obscure the reveal, but now that we know the reveal, it's like, do I use she, her? Yeah, I guess we should. I mean, it's only appropriate. So yeah, like... So yeah, basically... So basically, I'm actually gonna bring up the quotes again, because this is gonna fuck with me. As soon as I can remember... Oh, whoa. But yeah, so... Obviously, we each have... motifs for the girls, the girlies. I mean, we had hands for Jupiter, we have eyes for Venus. We don't know what Neptune's is yet, though. But, basically, like... So basically, you know, Venus wants to be seen for who she truly is, right? Hence the eye motifs. Let me get her, let me see. I mean, honestly, I don't think there's much to... I honestly don't think there's much of anything there. Like... You know, but obviously, like, as a trans... You know, but obviously, you know, with trans women and... I don't want to say in particular, but, like... I mean, the idea of being trans is that it's, like... Is essentially having to live in a body that you feel like isn't yours. Or that you know isn't yours. You know? And so yeah, I will say that, like, you know, so obviously with the reveal of Venus being a trans woman, it does, you know, it does make a lot of sense as to why, you know, Venus was saying things like, you know, was saying things like, I wish I could be more like other boys, and... You know, and maybe dealing with, like, jealousy of, like... I don't want to say of other boys, but maybe, like, of girls? I don't remember. Listen, it's been... Listen, I'm getting distracted. That's the problem. You know, but obviously... But, I mean, you know, unfortunately... Right, the thing with it being a trans woman in particular is, like, I mean, it's like, don't get me wrong, it's like, obviously, like, trans people face their tribulations and such, but it's like, I do feel like trans women in particular really do kind of get the short end of the stick a lot, mainly because of TERFs, you know? Like, you know, like how they constantly just invalidate and dismiss, like, trans women's identities and just think, like, you know, really the most awful, vile things you could think of about a person. And, and it does, like, I actually do kind of wonder, too, if maybe, like, because it is also interesting that, like, you know, we have elements here, like, Jupiter has storms, Neptune has water, and, yeah, Neptune has water, and Venus has light. It does make me wonder if the light is supposed to be representative of, like, basically bringing a spotlight onto Venus. or onto other people's queerness in a way. Like, like a spotlight, right? And basically, like, oh yeah, there was also like how Neptune told Venus that like you're searching for some, like you're searching people for, you're searching for something that you want, but you don't know what it is, and because of that, you're being kind to everybody. So until you figure it out, that kindness of yours is going to be full of that want. Like that's pretty much like Venus in a way searching for, I guess, like the feeling of, basically like trying to figure out like why she's just so dissatisfied with herself, why she's so dissatisfied with her gender, etc. Like essentially she's dealing with gender dysphoria. you know and I will say, like, out of all the, because I mean, yeah, and I will say, like, Venus's devil form looks very angelic, doesn't it? Which does make me wonder just how much of a devout household she was raised in. Gotta become a man of God, a man of the cloth. Wonder if that's the reason why she was sent to conversion therapy. Jesus Christ. We gotta beat the trans out of you. But yeah, I honestly don't know if there's much else to interpret. I mean, it's like, Venus is trans, and, her motif, very much delivers that. There's, I mean, I also kind of wonder if maybe, like, the idea of her saying, like, I want my, what was it? Like, what was it? Like, I want my heart to see and my lungs to fly. Oh, here we go. I want feathers in my lungs and eyes on my skin. I mean, obviously, I want to be seen for who I am, but I also wonder if, like... I mean, I kind of wonder if maybe Venus saying that is, like... How do I put this? Like, the idea of, like... wanting features on your body that unfortunately just isn't possible. Yeah, like basically wanting to remake your body in the shape that you want it to be. Like how a lot of trans people, will usually use hormones and such to like make their body look and feel more like them. Maybe not even necessarily like trying to fit a specific, shape of gender, if that makes sense. More so just like, in my head, I see myself looking like this, so I'm going to use whatever tools I have on hand to help my body turn into that, into what I envision. So maybe that's Venus wanting to be a bit more of a feathery person, a feathery woman. God, considering how many people I follow that watch Dungeon Meshi, with that one character, it's fitting a lot more. Man. So of course, like, relating it to my experience. I mean, obviously, I said this before, I don't consider myself trans in the traditional sense. Like, I have no desire whatsoever to transition from female to male. I have no desire for that. But I don't, so in that sense, I don't consider myself trans. However, because I am non-binary, I identify as such, and that is under the trans umbrella, I do identify, I am trans in that sense, And in terms of how I came to that conclusion, in terms of how I came to terms with that, it's like, I mean, granted, I didn't even know the proper term for it until 2014, 2015. So almost 10 years ago. But I mean, but it was more so just like, I mean, I never really felt any sort of angst when it came to, I'm going to turn the music up a little. Just so we can have something to listen in the background, because it's so quiet. But, yeah, like, I never really had as much of an, I don't know how to put this. It's like, I just never really had as much of an issue with my gender as opposed, like, I think if anything, more people had issue with how I presented myself as a young lady, quote unquote, than I had. Because obviously, you know, you're always gonna have, I feel like you're always going to have people telling you how you should and shouldn't dress, how you should or shouldn't act, how you should or shouldn't speak, you know. And I was definitely subjected to that, you know? I mean, I was constantly told, like, I should speak more ladylike, I should dress more ladylike, I shouldn't be, yeah, you know, like, I should like these typically feminine things, when in reality, you know, I didn't. I felt super uncomfortable. I felt super uncomfortable. You know, like, for the longest time, I mean, I think I've talked a little about this before, like, for the longest time, I never really, like, when it came to how I presented myself, like, I always wanted to have my hair short. I always wanted to have my hair cut short. I wanted to dress in, you know, in shirts and, you know what I mean, like pants, and, you know, I didn't have any, I didn't have any desire to wear dresses or skirts or blouses or even anything like anything that you would consider the women's clothing. I never had any desire for that. You know, or at the very least, like, the adults in my life that would pick these clothes out for me, I never had any interest in that. And as I got older, the more that I was kind of just told that I should act a certain way or I should speak a certain way. I mean, I had adults literally telling me that I should stop cursing so much, I should stop talking like I usually do in order to be seen as a woman, as a girl, and all that. You know? And then of course when I finally did try their opinions and such, I always got told that it was too much. It was too much. I shouldn't dress exactly like that. I shouldn't present myself exactly like that. And it's just like, it got so, like, and obviously, like, that's confusing. Like, it's mixed signals, especially to someone like me who is autistic and is gonna mess up on the social cues already. I don't need people actively fucking with me. So, so basically during my adolescence, I kind of just really tried my best to stay as far away from, like, being feminine as possible. Like, not necessarily, like, identifying as anything other than a woman, per se. Like, I still did that. But I basically was just, like, I basically just forced myself to try not to like, feminine things, or even try feminine things, because of the fact that if I try to do that, there was always the fear of, like, it's going to be, that adults will tell me it's too much, or they'll make a big fucking deal out of it, which I hated. I don't like attention being brought to me like that. And it just makes me actively discourage it. And it's, and honestly, it wasn't until, like, the majority of the adults that would tell me, you should act like this, you should speak like that, had either died or exited my life, that I finally felt comfortable enough to be, to start, trying feminine things, to start being a little more feminine, And now it's, and now I'm feeling a little more comfortable with that. It's like, I'm not having to fear as much of the reaction, because it's like, I feel comfortable. It feels great. It feels fine. But I will say that there are ways in which I wish I could express myself that didn't require money. I mean, for real though, like, if money wasn't an issue, do you realize what I could do if if there were things that were impossible for humans to do that I could have? Like, oh my god, the ways in which I would try to express myself in ways that were not necessarily the typical woman. Oh my god, it would be nonstop, horrendous. It would be ridiculous. You know? But I will say that lately I really have been, like, mulling over, like, more the androgyny aspect. Like, not necessarily wanting to go completely androgynous like a lot of non-binary people do, but I definitely want to be a little more in the middle between feminine and masculine. You know, because don't get me, you know, because I kind of feel like now I'm leaning more towards the feminine side of, like, the gender spectrum, so to speak. But I have also been wanting to try leaning a little more into the androgynous side, the neutral side, let's just say. I mean, you know, like, there are some aspects of myself that I'm like, man, it would be really nice to have that if it weren't for the sensory issues, because, God, being autistic sometimes sucks when you're LGBT, because that can fuck with you. And I think a lot of autistic LGBT plus folks can attest to that. You know, so there's that, but there's also, like, other aspects that, like, man, I wish I had the money so I could change this about myself. You know, there's like a couple parts of my body where it's like, you know, I wish I didn't have versus I wish I had more of. I'm not gonna go into detail about that. But I think, like, overall, I still want, it's like, even if I try to present myself a little bit more neutrally, I still want to be seen as a woman at the end of the day. You know, not to mention that it's just, like, in terms of the whole non-binary aspect, it's like, it may not make sense to a lot of people, but to me it does. You know, where it's like, I wonder, you know, where it's like, I don't, you know, it's like, I feel like a different type of woman that isn't cis. Cis? Cis. Cis. S-C-S-I-S. Not the medical term cyst. Like, I feel like the way that I feel about myself in regards to being a woman is different than most other cis women. And maybe it doesn't make much sense to a lot of people, but to me it does. And it just fits. It feels right. It feels way more right than ignorantly living as a cisgender woman ever did. Anyway, so we're about almost 4 hours into this. Do I want to take a break? I mean, we're technically halfway through the game. I'm just wondering, like, should we take a break? God, even if I did, I don't really have anything to eat. God, as much as I hate to say this, I don't think we're going to be able to take a break, because, like, we have Neptune's right after this, and then we have the true ending. Yeah, I don't think we're going to take a break tonight. Alright, well, let's just... Oh, jeez. That's right, I gotta turn the music down because it's so loud. That's the log. There we go. Alright. We're gonna be excluding Neptune, so gotta go back with Venus and Jupiter. Thankfully, because I think we did a lot of the scenes that excluded Neptune. We should be fine. Hopefully the stream shouldn't be too much longer. Maybe? Alright. I should have done this scene before. Well, actually, no, I couldn't have. I should have saved at this junction, because I was like, yeah. There's probably some wire in the weird little shacks in the clearing out back. Have fun. God, this looks like shit. The shack is full of shelves and drawers, all neatly, maniacally squeezed along the four walls. It's much prettier and sturdier than the one we're staying in, but it's inhumanely small. The house seems to have been built from modestly large dolls. We have to hunch over to get in, and we can't move without bumping each other. We've thought of two possibilities for how this happened. The possibility, which is weird, is that someone, possibly the captain, decided to make a 0.6 scale house on purpose for 0.6 humans, or dolls, or fun, and then turned it into storage. The possibility, which is scary, is that someone, possibly the captain, completely finished a 0.6 scale shack before realizing his measurements were off in the first place. If we find the tape, can you fix it? I think so. But it's kind of worrying for it to be like that. Maybe we should call the captain? We could do that. But let's try to get it working first. I'm a little worried. I'm sure it'll be okay if I talk to him. You'll be fine. I promise. I believe in you. Really? Just search that drawer, Venus. We root through drawers again, a little more intently. Are you scared of him? Got it! Oh! Yay! I almost have it. It's way easier than I thought. Phew. See? Nice. I'm glad. Excuse me. I really didn't want to have to go back to the captain. Huh, yeah. I don't know if it's really that I'm scared of him, but he does make me worry. Oh. He doesn't hate you or anything. I don't think. I mean, he's nicer to you than a lot of people. Why does everyone think that? He never got mad at me, but I don't like being liked by him. It makes me think that there must be something wrong with me. I don't want to be the sort of person that he likes. It makes me shiver. Yeah, the perfect good girl, huh? He likes people he can make a little uncomfortable and won't give any trouble about it. Like us, I guess. Exactly us. We're the only people he likes, after all. I don't think he's going to do anything terrible. No, he wouldn't, but I don't know. Maybe he already did? Like how you don't have to touch someone to touch someone? You know? That sounds weird. Forget it. Wonder if it's also because it's like, I can convert y'all into the good hole of people. Man. To be fair, like, you just have those kinds of adults that you just don't trust yourself with. I think we've done both of these scenes. Well, do I have a coin? We could just do a coin flip. I should have a coin. Yep. Alright. Well, it's a little dirty, but it'll do. Alright, well, heads for Venus and Neptune, tails for Jupiter and Neptune. Oh shit! That's not the flip! Okay. And fuck. How do you do a coin flip? That doesn't count, it didn't land. Let's see. Heads, so we do Venus and Neptune. Right. Gotta exclude the girl. Gotta exclude the girl. Thankfully we're almost done with this, so we don't need to, like... Alright. Venus and Jupiter. Alright. I'll stay. Are you sure? Going out right now sounds like the fucking worst. Are you kidding? I'll mark the outside of the house with my radio. And no one who's not us will be able to get in. Okay, if you're sure. I know you'll miss me, but you'll be fine without me, I promise. The words are gross. Bye. We leave Neptune making marks on the outside of the house, precisely with her radio. She's good at everything, but no one but us believes it. And that's just how she likes it. Under the buzz of the insects, the woods are full of the low static of sleeping sirens. They hate him, but the devil flocks to them, like a moth to a flame. I hope she's okay. I'm sure she's fine. Are you really worried? A little. Why? Isn't she mean to you? A little. Isn't she mean to you? A little. My mom says that anyone who's mean has been hurt. Which is everyone, so I guess it's kind of a stupid thing to say. My mom is weird like that. My mom would never say something like that. She'd say, no one will respect you if you don't have any manners, or choose your words for others carefully, even if they don't do the same for you. That's good advice. Kind of. Right? She doesn't believe thinking things out is something you can teach. To her, you get it or you don't. And until then, you should just shut up and do the right thing instead of looking like an idiot. I'm too slow for her, like my dad. It must be nice to be smart and get things quickly. Not until you realize you're a gifted kid and you fucking burn out in high school. It must be such a good feeling. To get things right and not have to screw up. Not just pretending you understand. You get diodes pretty well. But Neptune knows what everyone means right away. I can't tell when anyone is lying, so I just believe everything on purpose, I guess? When I was fixing the radio in the dining hall, Group South told me a rusty nail would work just as well as galena, and I went along with it. Even though it definitely doesn't work as well and cuts the range down too far. They wanted me to screw up like, I know that? But if I pointed it out, they'd just get madder, and say whatever, and not stop until I said they were right, and believed it too, so I just believed them anyway. I got in so much trouble. I don't know why it felt so much easier. I could have explained it. But when I thought about how much trouble I'd get in, it's way easier. I'm not the only one who's seeing, like, a rhetoric and, like, if you just do what they say, they won't hurt you. They won't be upset at you. Like, just shut up and follow the rules. Like, God, what? I mean, first of all, it's giving me abuse things, and I probably shouldn't. But I wonder if that's also, like, a thing of, like, of what society tells you. Like, just, yeah, like, don't be gay, don't be straight. Yeah, I mean, don't be gay, don't be trans. Like, just shut up and do what you're told, and we won't treat you differently, you know? I do it all the time. Really? I don't know how to not. Maybe Neptune really knows best. Yeah, pretty much just like pretty much just obey what everyone's just believe and obey what everyone tells you to, and you'll get it. Oh, another one. All right. Well, same rules as apply. Heads Venus, tails Jupiter. Heads again. Venus and Neptune. Alright, 12 a.m. Alright, well, Venus and Jupiter. So we are here. How are we doing? I will say, it would be interesting if we got, like, a truth or dare scene between Venus and Neptune. I mean, considering the fact that Venus kind of admitted that they liked Neptune, it's like, Alright, Venus and Jupiter again. Alright, 2 a.m. This is when things start going different, so I'm not gonna skip this time. Alright, we're just gonna skip until we can get to God. Fuck the God. Probably shouldn't say fuck God. That's blasphemous. Here we go. A method for the extraction of bile. Create an incision on the middle finger. All the water of the body can be thought of as a single ocean, as one drop. And extract the resulting ink. Place in a vial and explain to it the worthlessness of the treasures of earth. Break it against a mirror, the cause of vanity. Each of... Okay, Alright, so Neptune got to be the devil. Alright, now we got Neptune's breakout scene. We know the devil. Sometimes it's okay to be quiet. It's nice to know we don't have to talk sometimes. But Neptune can't wait. She's coughing and running down the battery of her phone. She looks worried. Or maybe just itchy. Neptune. Yeah? Are you okay? Oh, yeah. Are you okay? Yes. Sorry. Are you okay? I said... God, I'm fine. You're totally not. Ugh, you're making it worse. I need to throw up. Again? Yeah. Again. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. I need to go to the bathroom. You did the best you could. Imagine that being your parting line and you're not expected to worry. It's quiet, but it's not okay anymore. We shiver whenever Neptune coughs. Even through the bathroom, it sounds louder than ever. Jupiter knocks on the door. You sound really bad. Can we get anything? No. Do you want to go back? I mean, we can if you... I told you it's... Jupiter, she's... I'm fine. Neptune, please open up the door, okay? Please, you gotta open up. I'm fine. Please. I'm fucking fine! You have to come out. Okay. Okay. You asked me to come out, so I'm coming out. The door opens and it's her, but not her. I mean, you asked me to come out, so I'm coming out. She grabs Venus and crushes him against the wall like he's just a little doll. Sorry. Stay good there, Venus. Drink up. Neptune lets the ichor drizzle off her finger, like it's chocolate syrup. Jupiter screams and pushes her, but Neptune won't even flinch. She ignores her completely. At least you know how to be decent. Jupiter punches her, but she can't even move her. Calm your tits, Jupiter. I just need like a minute. Jupiter slams her body into her. I promise to be an incredible nightmare to you too, babe. Just wait a minute! Jupiter runs to their packs and she pulls out her radio. It's long and thin and heavy, and she takes it and she swings it and she crashes the blunt of it right against Neptune's shoulder, and she crumples to the ground. Jupiter grabs Venus and bolts. Neptune is already on her feet again. She just watches. Jupiter holds her radio with one hand and Venus with the other. He claws for support against the wall. It doesn't look like he can see. Ugh. Sorry, I lied. But you should have known better. You kids are trying so hard to be good. And I guess I don't want you to. Doesn't it feel unfair? You're already good, so why do you have to try so hard to be good? It makes me mad. They want you to prove you're good, but you're already so good. What is that? Why did they do that? Why did they think I wouldn't notice that? That it should so obviously be me. That it should so obviously be you. It makes me so mad. I hate this place so much. Why are either of you here? Why do we have to be here? Please stop. Please. Please stop. Let's just... It doesn't... God, just stop. Please. I hate this. I'm trying to fuck up Venus for the rest of his entire life, and you too, if you let me, and if you want to stop that, I guess there's a problem and you'll have to kill me. Does that kid look happy to you? Well, I guess we have different opinions, and you'll have to stop me from making him into what he is trying very hard not to be. And Jupiter, I want to do the same to you so badly. So badly. Please. No. I don't want to be good, ever. And neither of you should want to be good, either. Jupiter tightens her grip on her radio. Venus holds her shoulder. I'm okay. Try not to kill me, okay? But don't, go out of your way or anything. I will say, I do like Neptune's devil form the best. This looks fucking freaky. This is like Witch of the Lake. Her stare is as quiet and black as the surface of the lake, like she's tempting us to drown. The only chill of summer is in that lake, and even in August, it still holds places we can freeze to death. Neptune reaches for us. She's a flood of every wicked thought, and they're pouring out of her mouth. The devil is lonely. We kicked out the devil and it misses us. It keeps begging to be let back, for us to let it in. And Neptune did. Every terrible thought belongs to it. Water to give and thirst to take. Nothing can escape this flood. But we will. Neptune can't stain us. We chose to stay clean. And the devil only ever gets one moment. For revenge. For desire. For please think of me. But there is nothing to fear when there is two against the devil. Venus brings the light. His radio whines and wriggles and coils around itself. Jupiter brings the storm. Her radio blares and shrieks and the weight of it shudders. Our radios scream and crash against her, and the devil is destroyed. We have to drain Neptune and the lake, so we hang our feet off the edge of the bridge over what's now a gross, dirty crater, while the rest of the groups hack and pick away to make sure nothing's left. The captain says we don't have to do anything but keep Neptune clean, which is our reward, we guess. But it's probably just to punish everyone else for not seeing it coming. Behind us, Neptune is draining on an ugly blue tarp. We used to have to change it every half hour. It's running a little clearer now. So we change it. Jupiter puts on rubber gloves and gently picks her up, and Venus bundles it up and throws it in a nasty green dumpster. How long, you think? It feels like it's getting closer, but it feels like it might take forever, too. Hey, Neptune? But Neptune isn't going to talk. We sit by the lake again. Some of my friends I talk a lot with, but other ones I don't. Like, we don't small talk, speak only when necessary. But they're still my friends. I wonder how that works. My mom says that if you really know someone, you don't have to check in so much. Like, it's just obvious how you feel. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if it worked for her at all that well, now that I think of it. I guess for some things, words don't work very well, though. That's true. I guess we have a lot of time to figure this out. Yeah. We go to check on Neptune. We ask her if she can speak, but words or no words, nothing gets through. So I will say, Neptune's is easily the hardest for me to interpret. But I kind of see it, like, I kind of see her breakdown towards Venus and Jupiter of, like, basically trying to force them out of the closet. Like, she knows, like, basically, I think for both for Jupiter and Venus, like, they're struggling with their identities. Neptune, however, doesn't. But yeah, for Neptune, they don't. She doesn't. Like, she knows what she is. Alright, achievement? Lukewarm, I spit you out. Get the blue ending. And to me, I kind of feel like Neptune was basically trying to, like, I mean, it's funny that, like, she got, like, again, like, Jupiter was begging her to come out. You know, and so Neptune's like, all right, fine, I'll come out. Which I guess you could read as coming out of the closet. And now that Neptune's... I guess in a way you could argue that, like... You know, that basically Neptune was forcibly outed. So she's going to forcibly out Venus and Jupiter for being, like, who they are. Which, by the way, don't fucking do that. Like, don't fucking do that. 'Cause... I mean, it's bad, and, like, here's the thing, like, you don't know how, like, it's one thing to know who you are in terms of your identity and such, but that's only for you. And the thing is, if you want to come out of the closet, that is perfectly fine. You know, just do it when you feel comfortable and you feel safe. If you feel it that way, you know, but it's also okay to not come out either. You know, but... With Neptune, it's like, because I guess in a way, again, it could be me misinterpreting it, but it's like, it does seem like, you know, she got forcibly, you know, like, she was forcibly outed, so she's going to forcibly out Jupiter and Venus, because she knows what she is. She knows, like, I'm into women, I'm probably not into boys. I'm into women, I'm into girls, I'm the lesbian, you know? You know, she's not like Jupiter where... You know, Jupiter struggles with, like, having, like, normal desires and thoughts about women. You know, Neptune knows that. But I think it's more so that, like, she isn't out yet. You know? And because, you know, Jupiter inadvertently forced her out of it, she's going to force them out because, you know... You know, because, I mean, again, like, she's, you know, because, again, like, she tells, like, she's saying to Venus and Jupiter, like, you know, you're already good. Why do they, you know, like, you have to prove to them you're so good, but, it, you know, but you don't have to. You're already so good. You know, like, you're already, like, you know, like, you're all, you know, you know, it's just, you know... But, you know, and this kind of leads me back to what I was talking about before in regards to my sexuality, right? Where, you know, remember how I talked about, like, how I had, like, instances in which people would try to, like, force me out of the closet, even when I didn't know it existed to begin with? Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, like, you know, I was forcibly outed. I wasn't. I came out on my own terms. But... that didn't stop people from trying. Like, I mean, granted, it was never in high school, thankfully, it was in middle school where, I mean, and I should express, like, middle school me, this was when I was struggling with fucking puberty and being autistic. And the thing is, I was never out about my sexuality. I'm gonna turn the music back up. I was never out about my sexuality in school at all, Mainly because I was too focused on my own damn self to think about, like, dates and shit. However, that didn't stop certain kids from trying to out me. Like, granted, I don't think they were I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that I don't think they were trying to be malicious about it. I don't think they were trying to, like, out me against my will, but they definitely were not great at like, as I said before, I've had my boundaries crossed, violated, etc., etc. Because I think I've said this before, where due to my autism, I am touch repulsed, meaning or a touch averse, let's just say, not touch repulsed. But, we're basically, the very idea of people touching me, it very much, like, it doesn't make me feel great, it doesn't feel nice. I mean, I do like to think that, like, over the years, I have slowly kind of gotten used to people touching me, although that's only with consent and preparation. Like, if someone were to ask me if they could hug me, that, I always say yes, because it's like, okay, you're asking me and I have appropriate time to prepare for it, that's fine. However, way back when, these kids didn't do that. They were, like, they very much, like, I mean, and I should express that it wasn't entirely their fault either. Like, I was super bad at establishing my boundaries, at saying no to people. Like, I was very much a people pleaser back then. And I think part of that I think was because of my autism, and how back then, because I was hiding that and wanting to be seen as neurotypical, as normal, I was just like I had to be a people pleaser. I had to mask, essentially. So I'm not gonna, so the fault of, so the blame for a lot of these instances doesn't entirely rest on the other party's shoulders. It definitely partly rests on mine as well, because I just never said no. But these kids, but with these kids, and I should express, these were girls. These were not boys. Probably because at the very least, like, it wouldn't have been seen as good if boys did it. But girls, or at least the girls that I dealt with, they were very touchy, very handsy in a way. Like, I wasn't assaulted, which, thank God. Like, I wasn't assaulted. Like, these girls never, like, touched me in ways that, like, I definitely felt were sexually inappropriate or anything like that. But they definitely crossed my boundaries in ways that were just very uncomfortable for me. I mean, like, and they, like, where they constantly joked about me not being straight, or, or basically being in the closet, and even going so far as to, like, really just be super affectionate with me, to the point of, like, wanting to kiss me. And I didn't like that, because it's just, I mean, it was so weird. It was so weird and uncomfortable. And I think what sucks more too is that these usually happen in very public places. Like, these instances would happen where there's a bunch of other people around and looking. And I still got this. And I still got, like, these kids being so touchy-feely with me. And it just, oh my god, I hated it so much. Like, and there was one instance in particular where I think at that point it just kind of solidified for me that I should just stay within the closet, or at the very least, I should just never, ever talk with girls about this ever again. And I don't want to go into detail about it because it's kind of a long story, and this is already going on long as it is, but, but even back then, it was something that I didn't feel comfortable with. It wasn't something I wanted, and it just, it just made me want to just stay in the closet. Because the way I think of it, I mean, even though I didn't know there was a closet back then, it was just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to feel comfortable. I don't want this, And the way that I think of it is that staying in the closet at least grants me a level of protection in a way. Because to me, if I had girls that were being this affectionate with me, that were constantly violating my boundaries, if these girls were doing all of that, while I was under the assumption that I was, like, maybe bi-curious, I was mostly straight, but with, like, but wanting to experiment, and these girls thought I was, like, under my assumption, it was only going to get worse if I did come out as being bisexual or pansexual, because now it would just be giving those girls free rein to be even more affectionate, to be even more, like, to feel even more justified in violating my boundaries, my space, my personal space. And I didn't feel comfortable with that. And it just makes me, like, and it makes me feel bad for 13-year-old me, where it's just like, where it's like, I am sitting there having to put up with all of this stuff going on around me, and and the moment that I showed any kind of resistance, not even just saying no, but just, like, physical discomfort, I get laughed at. Because it's funny to see me squirm and, like, recoil. It's just, I feel so bad for 13-year-old me, because it's like, God, I wish I learned to say no. I wish that, like, or even if I still couldn't say no, I wish someone had noticed it. I wished an adult had noticed it, or another kid had noticed it and was like, hey, I don't think she wants this. I don't think, I don't think Airi, like, feels comfortable with this. Maybe we should stop. So, yeah, I mean, that was, so it's like, even though I was never forcibly outed of the closet, I could definitely understand what it's like to have people constantly assume that you are, or that you're, or that you're this sexuality or whatnot. It's like, because even if you don't know you're in a closet, that, your sexual, like, that, those aspects of your identity should be explored on your own terms. Should be, it's like, you should have the right to be able to, discover yourself, to explore yourself, to find out what you like or don't like, to find out anything, really, anything that has to do with your identity. Like, you should be allowed to, to explore yourself on your own terms. Like, and it doesn't have to be, like, at a certain age. Like, you don't have to be in middle school, high school, young adult, or adult. Like, there's some elderly people, seniors, who are coming out of the closet, for one reason or another. And I'm not going to speculate on that, because that's just weird. But, but it shows that, like, you don't have, like, you have your whole life, essentially, to figure out who you are. And to anybody that has done that before, to anybody who has, like, tried to out someone against them, because you believe that they're some kind of queer, stop that. You're almost as bad as the people who want to kill us. Like, Or at the very least, like, you know, I guess I shouldn't say that because that sounds a little harsh, but you still shouldn't do that. Like, it's bad. You might be forcing that person you might be forcing that person to stay in the closet and not make them come out like you want them to. Let them discover themselves on their own time, at their own pace. Don't be like the girls from my past. Don't. Oh my god, why am I suddenly getting emotional? What the fuck? Why the fuck am I getting suddenly emotional? Like, it's not the first time I've talked about this, but why am I now suddenly getting emotional? But anyway, going back to Neptune. It is interesting that they say for desire, like, please think of me. There was something else I was thinking about in regards to that interpretation of, like, is it possible that, like, Neptune has been the closet key for maybe other girls? And what I mean by that is, you know, like, clearly, like, you know, for Jupiter and Neptune, right? Like, you know, if, like, because maybe Jupiter has, you know, has kind of struggled with being queer, but Neptune is, like, the first girl that she's really, like, let herself be gay around. Like, it's hard to explain, but, like, you know, like, that 7 minutes in heaven scene with Jupiter and Neptune. Like, is it possible that Neptune was essentially Jupiter's awakening? You know, or at the very least, like, the person that made her realize, like, oh, I am gay. You know, like, her awakening, essentially. Like, has Neptune basically been the closet key for a lot of other lesbians or bi girls or whatnot? You know, and maybe they're just, you know, and maybe a lot of the, you know, girls that Neptune has been with have been like Jupiter, where they're not ready to accept, you know, where they haven't accepted their queerness yet, where they're not ready to come out of the closet. You know, and maybe, and it's very possible that some of these girls were, you know, Neptune was pretty serious about. You know, and she, but basically, unlike Neptune, where, again, she's accepted her queerness, you know, these girls maybe didn't, and maybe kind of just, like, discarded Neptune as soon as they were satisfied. You know, because, I mean, because it's, like, I could definitely imagine that, you know, if that is the case with Neptune, like, how that would hurt, you know, like, you know, it's, like, I'm at least, you know, it's, like, I don't consider what we have between us to be, you know, not a thing, but, like, I don't consider what we have between us to be fake or pretend or whatnot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't... you know, it's hard to explain, but, like, maybe, you know, that's the thing with Neptune, where it's just, like, you know, she's been the closet key for a bunch of, you know, for some other girls, and maybe, you know, and maybe it hurts to be discarded by those same girls because they haven't accepted their queerness. Like, I mean, not necessarily blaming them, because, I mean, that kind of thing is hard to accept in a setting like this where, you know, it's very intolerant. But, you know, but it also but it does suck for Neptune too, because she has accepted it, but she has to pretend that, you know, what she has with some of these girls isn't real. Like, it's a very complex situation. And maybe that's why, you know, and maybe that's why she lashes out at other people. Like, remember how I said before, like, how Venus tells Neptune that, like, you know, that she and Jupiter are pretty much the same in that regard, but as I said it, Jupiter internalizes the self-loathing, whereas Neptune dishes it out to everyone else. You know, lashes out at other people. I mean, there's a lot to... I mean, again, Neptune is pretty hard for me to interpret. But I like to think I did pretty well with that. Alright, so we're almost 5 hours into this. I am actually going to look up the walkthrough for this, because here's the thing. I know how to get the true ending, I just don't remember what the... I just don't remember... I hit the space, goddammit. I just don't remember the way to get to it. I didn't even put that down. So... Does V survive the devil? What the fuck does that mean? Sorry, I'm just reading stuff. I'm trying to find the, how do you get the... It's like, here's the thing. I know how to get to it. I just don't know, like... Where the fuck is a walkthrough? Okay, I think I got it. But yeah, I have to, I had to basically, like, look at a walkthrough, because, again, I know how to get the true ending, I just don't know the method in which to get to it. So basically, in order for you to get the true ending, you have to essentially choose choices in which, like, none of the girls are left out. Like, basically, like, you have to choose choices where each pairing is equal. Like, I'll show. Wait a minute. Before I do that. I remembered this time! Alright. Start from here. Alright, so according to the walkthrough, we have to choose Venus and Neptune. Alright, Jupiter and Neptune. And, oh, I might have fucked up here, actually. Oh, wait, I think I did fuck up. Whoopsie. That's not it. Let's go back to the main menu. Can you please just tell me what the fuck I gotta do here? Okay, I misinterpreted that. Where the fuck? Please just give me a fucking ending here. Is that the page? God damn it. Do I gotta fucking put down, like, walkthrough? Like, I'm fucking dumb, please. Yeah, guide. Just tell me. I need to... Seriously, I can't... Steam, tell me. Steam is the only one that won't let me down. Do. That's the ba. Oh, that's actually a really cute picture. Okay. Alright, so, okay. Alright, Venus and Jupiter. So, these two. Alright, so... we're going for the true ending here. So basically the hint is that you don't exclude anyone from the group. Make your choices carefully to avoid favoring anyone. So you gotta make sure they're all equal. So we had Venus and Jupiter. We got Jupiter and Neptune. Right? Jupiter and Neptune? I can't see. That's Jupiter and Neptune. I got confused. Just gotta get through everything. Alright, so this is going to be a little over 5 hours. Honestly, that was kind of the length I was expecting for this kind of stream. Alright, so Neptune and Venus. Alright, we should get something new at this junction. So... Alright, so this is where... so we get something new at this junction. We have Venus, Jupiter, and Neptune. Alright, so let's read this out. Alright. And then, far in the distance, we hear the devil singing. The devil knows our names. Knows us by heart. The devil is behind us and in front of us and above us and below us. In every shadow cast by the flickering lights, in the gap between the path and the forest, right behind us. And then the devil is gone. We hold each other as tight as we dare. All right. Alright. So now we got Neptune and Jupiter. God. I actually thought I fucked up there. Neptune and Jupiter, yeah. Alright. Alright, Jupiter and Venus. So, this right here. So we are here. Alright, and then last choice. As soon as we get to it. Is Venus and Neptune. Okay. Alright, 2 a.m. So this should be completely different. At least up to a certain point. Time to tune into God. God, I wish there was a fucking way to skip this. Oh, there's the devil. Hi! Oh, hi there. The devil sounds like smoke and honey. We cannot move. It's too beautiful. Oh, darling. I miss you. I've always missed you. I can still remember what your faces were like. I've missed them since before you were born. Please come back. I know I can't offer much. The bodies I can give you are weak. The stories I tell are impossible. My world is even more precarious than this one. But please come back. It hurts to see you like this so much. So unhappy in those bodies of yours. Stricken by those stories. Forced to live in so much pain. I can't even come save you. But I can promise one thing. There is room for 3 in my world. And only 2 in his. So the devil is like, listen, I have a fucking place for all of you. We know the devil. Oh. She was nice. Imagine saying that about Satan. The captain was right. God is right. We're dead. Wow. We are truly, completely, objectively, theologically, absolutely the worst. It's my fault. I put the radio on the wrong frequency. How can I be so stupid? How can I fuck up so bad? They will never, ever forgive us. Oh. Here they come. The sirens are calling. The scouts are coming. I don't want to go through that terrible moment. It'll be fine. 1 hit, 1 second. Beautiful, blessed scout attack. And we'll wake up and everything will be normal. And all will be forgiven. Mostly. Right? Neptune? Neptune! Neptune yanks the antenna off of the house radio. If God hates the devil so much, he should kill it himself. But instead, just a bunch of assholes and kids like us are going to come. Neptune kicks the speakers. And they're all fucking jerks! What do they know? Jupiter grabs her. Let go of me! The devil rules! Worship Satan! Oh god, my father's gonna be like, what the fuck? Neptune, stop! What else are we supposed to do? If the devil is like, you all are cool, what else are we supposed to do? Let's hang out with him! So let go! Let go of me! But I don't want to. I can't. I just can't let go. Neptune drops the antenna. Jupiter. Where is the devil? If he's supposed to be here. We know the devil. And it's us, right? It has to be. Why? Because, obviously? But where is it? Don't make me say all the reasons why it's so clear we deserve it. But, stop. Where? It's got to be. This is awful. I know. Let me wreck it. No. Ugh, fuck you! Why are you so good? Let go. This fucking lie. Let go of me. Hail Satan. It's not gonna work just like that, you know? You don't know that. People are much stronger than the devil. If it weren't, would it be fine? You'd fight if we could win, right? Stop, that's awful. You're awful. You're being good for people that fucking hate you, and you're good even if you say you're not good, because what else kind of person would hate themselves but someone who is really good? I'm so mad. Why not martyr yourself for us this time? For you! You deserve... Found it. And there is Venus. Like a flower, Venus is in bloom. Like a heart, Venus is beating. Like a soul, she is shining like a soul. I am the devil. Her arm lies on the floor. It's a pale, bloodless thing. Someone else's body now. Not hers. Oh my god. The devil rules. I pulled and it just came off. I don't want it anymore. Let me leave it there. Did it hurt? No, not even a little. The edges look rough. You shouldn't touch it. Here. Is that okay? Yeah. Wow. It really does come right off. It feels like plastic. Where did the blood go? This is so cool. Your arm is so soft. What is it made of, you think? You should get away. What's Venus gonna do? He's the devil. So are you. We should stop. It's like... I didn't realize how much my body was bothering me all the time before? I wonder if that's what it's like for a lot of trans people who have to face dysphoria of just like, man, this body actually fucking sucks. And when they're peeled off, it finally feels like I don't have to think about them so much. Like normal. We're stronger than this. It's not normal. It's not good. It's not okay. But we don't have to be. I don't want to be. Why should we? Because! Just because you want to do something doesn't mean you should do it. Okay, sure. Which one of us should it be, then? Who's going to get in trouble for being the devil and who's going to get away? All that matters, all we need, is one of us to be just a little worse than the others. And the rest of us will be fine. Stop. Don't say this. It's so ugly. No, it's fine. It's normal. It happens every day. The captain said so. No, it's fucked up. It's evil. I don't want it. Of course I don't want that. I know. You're a really good person. Of course it's ugly. What's ugly isn't having to choose one to be the scapegoat. What's ugly is we have to choose it all. It's because you think it's ugly too. That I like you so much, Jupiter. No, Stop. 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 This can't be happening. Venus needs her arm back, and you both need to stop saying those things because I know them, okay? Obviously I know them. I'm not stupid. I know Camp and the captain and everyone is messed up. But what else do you expect me to do? I want to leave this camp, this state, this planet. But I can't. I just can't. It's like a reflex. I can't stop it. I don't know what to do. I'm not making any sense. Help. Stop. Let's just go back. Before it's too late. Jupiter, come here. What? Feel. Aww. I mean, because obviously Jupiter is freaking out, because it's like... I mean, again, like, she's been taught all her life, pretty much, that, like, being a lesbian is bad. It's evil. You shouldn't want to be with other women. And, I mean, and obviously, like, she's having, like, she's spiraling, right? And the fact that Venus and Neptune are both just kind of like, nah, like basically like giving her giving her space and time to like vent, but also now you can see Neptune just trying to like, because I think in a way Jupiter's how do you pronounce that word? Catastrophizing, and Jupiter and Neptune's like, honey, you're fine. It's fine. It's normal. You're okay. Like trying to calm her down. Neptune takes Jupiter's hand. Did you know I hate this? I hate it so much. And everyone who says I'm pretty just makes me hate it more. Jupiter. We could still go back. But if you try to make me, I'll kill you. Don't make us have to keep those bodies we hate. Don't make us go back to those people. Don't make us have to go home. And I won't let you do that to yourself either. Aw. I'm not gonna let you continue sending yourself into self-loathing, honey. Of course I don't want to. I don't want to do that to you. I don't want to do that to me. I don't want to do that to Venus. Couldn't you just make me? Do you want it to not be your fault? Do you want me to make you so you don't have to take responsibility? That's sweet. No, I'm not. I won't do that for her. I mean, admittedly, to be fair, you gotta come out on your own terms. You can't force someone to do that. And she gets it. She has to say yes. That's also kind of sweet. I'm scared. It's okay. We promise. We really promise. But you need to promise too. Promise me hell is right there, right behind that door. All of it. Promise. Really promise. There's no going back. If that's really true, if you can really promise me, then I'll go, and I won't feel bad about it at all. Promise me there's no chance, okay? If I taste what it's like, I know there's no way I'll be happy being human ever again. If I have to be in my old body again, I'll die. So if you also promise that I won't ever have it again, what I will promise you is, I won't drag you down. I'll stop thinking you're so cool. I won't ever envy again. I promise, when you say you're fine, I'll never stop yelling at you until you stop lying. Don't laugh. There's a song on the dead radio that's been playing for a while, but now it is so loud it erases every feeling, drowns out every sound. And oh, how beautiful it is. This is a good CG. This is the new touch. The feeling of fingers pushing painlessly through our skin. The feeling of the muscle and fat. The weight of it. The intention. It's best friends forever. It's a first kiss. It's a love story. It's imaginable, but it doesn't exist anywhere. Not any planet. We're a dream. We're becoming people no other people have ever been. A human that humans are not. We reach out to each other. Unlike Venus, whose body peels off like the shell of an egg, Jupiter is messier. Or she would be, if her blood wasn't now lighter than air. It curls like a mist around her. A storm is sure to come. Neptune is starting to run clear. All the ink and sick has boiled away. Venus is really good at helping, and so patient too. She is a fountain, seeping through the floorboards, bringing the flood. Jupiter finds the spot where Venus's shoulder blade is weeping, and pulls with as many hands as she can. When it comes out, it stares at them, surprised, as if she can hardly believe she can see. She has a hand for every kind of touch. That hand is for hitting. That hand is for petting. That hand is for grabbing. That hand is for holding. The devil isn't lonely. The crackling, broken radio song is louder and more lovely every minute. We are our own company now. We ask to be let out, and we let ourselves out. The rest of the kids are coming for us, with God and the radio, ready to undo our wish. But they will not. They won't touch us. One moment is all we need. To share, to yearn, to carve us into the world. There is nothing to fear when there is two against the devil. But we can't wait to see what they'll do against the three worst girls since Eve. Camp is much nicer now that we have made some changes. The right angles were boring and distracting, and it was much too small. The captain has no stories left for us. Neptune would not be satisfied until every lie was gone. There's a crack as Jupiter tears down a siren, so Venus can set up a new kind, tuned to a different station. Group South helps. They don't have to feel like they're supposed to hate her anymore. So they don't. Love shines through in the end. Neptune lets herself flow into the lake. It's going to take a lot of time before anyone notices if anything is wrong with the water. Longer still to figure out where it's coming from. We're hoping we can have a quiet time until then. With all of us. It went very badly with all of them against us three. We can only hope it'll get even worse. As it turns out, they were pretty unhappy in those bodies too. We're not too worried about if more come after us. Actually, we hope they send us lots and lots of kids much better behaved than we were. Adults also hate perfect kids who love the world so much they can't stop themselves from saving it. And oh, do the kids know it. Otherwise, they'd never try so hard, would they? So we think they'll like it here too. A new world with new bodies. How lovely will that be? We have a new apple. For everyone in the world. Credits? Oh, Jesus! I thought it would just end. I thought the credits were. Oh my god. I deserved that. I deserved that. That was the devil being like, jump scare, bitch! Yeah, so with that, it's pretty much in a way confirmed that, like, Jupiter, Venus, and Neptune all become a polyamorous couple. Which I do like. And the idea that they, like, they basically, like, they finally accept themselves and they let themselves become who they truly are. You know, we should be getting an achievement. A new apple. Get the true ending. Yay, we finished. Gonna turn the music up because obviously we need that. But yeah, so like truly letting themselves be who they are, you know, their true selves, and the idea of like getting like these new bodies that are basically like there is something really appealing about the idea of like gaining a body that you can be yourself in. You know, because I mean, obviously us as humans, we're pretty limited in how we can, in how, you know, we can see ourselves as, you know. And it is kind of interesting because I think about, because it's like it's interesting to think about like the girls' devil forms as opposed, you know, and then comparing them to their true selves, and like, and I kind of thought about that as an interpretation of like what could that possibly mean, and it's like considering how each of them view their queerness as being bad, as being evil and such, I at the very least think that the reason why their devil forms look the way they do is because that's what they think they truly look like. Is that, you know what I mean? It's like that's how they truly see themselves as. You know, like Jupiter seeing herself as like this wrathful storm of hands and you know, and disastrous, destructive. Venus as this blinding harsh light, and Neptune as like ichor and bile spewing forth from her. You know, and then we get to their true selves and like how, you know, and how, and how they're still like, you know, Jupiter's still a storm, Venus is still light, and Neptune is still water, but it's made much more beautiful. Like, Jupiter is not this destructive typhoon or hurricane or whatnot. Like, she is a storm that is beautiful, that is loving, that is, you know, feels weird to say compassionate, but, you know, like, this beautiful force of nature, I guess, in a way. Venus is this light that, you know, that can be warm and loving and heavenly. And Neptune, you know, Neptune is like, you know, the clearest, purest water. I mean, what is the opposite of bile and ichor? I mean, it feels weird to say blood, but like they're, you know, like basically like their devil forms are all like how they view themselves as being evil and bad. How they, you know, like essentially like the worst version of themselves. Whereas their true selves are the ones where, you know, are more beautiful and more angelic in a sense. And that's basically them at their best self, as their best selves, you know, their bodies reflect that. And how even though like they still have many more trials ahead of them, you know, they have each other, and that's good. They are, you know, they've seen each other at their worsts, and they're going to see each other at their bests. They love each other, they care about each other, and they'll be there to support one another for the future to come. And they're going to, you know, and they're hoping to be like that towards other kids who are discovering that they themselves are not, that it feels so much better to be yourself as opposed to being what society wants you to be, what it expects you to be. You know, it's just, I mean, this is, I mean, I saw on Steam that there were a lot of people who were confused about, like this game's themes and and stories and such, and I can definitely understand that, but I think, like, if you read up on, like, a lot of LGBT plus media about about how, about folk talking about their own experiences and how they came to their realization and acceptance, and what it's like being queer in a world that is intolerant or just beginning to accept you. Like, it's like, I think it would definitely benefit a lot of people to read up on several different people's experiences. And of course, and of course, like, you really got to sit there and think about what we know the devil is showing you. You have to really think about, what does this mean? What does that mean? What does this plot element, like, how does, sit with it and gather your thoughts? I mean, that's what I did. And I found, like, through the years, also just growing older and, of course, like, doing what I said before, I've kind of am like, so that's what that meant. Okay. Like, it just, I feel like I feel like you would understand more of it if you did that. It also probably helps if you are a member of the LGBT plus community. Like, I mean, and you don't have to be, like, specifically gay or trans, like, you, like, just a flavor of queer, let's just say. And, yeah. But yeah, I do like this game, and it is just, like, I don't know, I do like it. I do like it. It's, and I do think it's a good visual novel if you really want to get into, like, into more the allegories, the metaphors, and, just a lot of the more abstract things that, like, you may not completely understand. But yeah, so that was the game. 5 hours. That was a pretty reasonable, I'm not gonna lie, like, honestly, that's the kind of length I was expecting for this game, because it's like, it sounds right, so let's just say. It sounds good. And we didn't even have to, I opened up a private window by accident. Whoopsie, I meant to do that. Shit. Let's see. Okay, this doesn't work. That's great. Okay, just trying to get the, things set up to where, we can head off for the night. But yeah, 5 hours was pretty good. Was a pretty good length, all things considered. Wait. Okay, I was like, hello? Alright, getting some music set up. Alright, so we finished our first game of the month, which is We Know the Devil. I still genuinely don't know whether or not, like, it's gonna come out looking great on freaking Because, I mean, there were a few points where the encoding got to be really fucky-wucky. So I have no idea whether or not, like, you know, if that resulted in some lag. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. There we go. But yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, at the very least, it doesn't seem like we went straight into PowerPoint presentation mode, which is good. But it does kind of make me a little worried. That's like, dude, that's like, oh god, if We Know the Devil was going into, like, PowerPoint presentation mode, that makes me scared for the next two. Because it's like, oh god. But yeah, I hope people enjoyed that. Like, that was really fun. I just hope that, like, my voice is... Like, I will say, I noticed my voice just cracked a lot, towards the halfway point. And I think it's just because, like, my throat was, like, dying from having to do Neptune's voice. But I hope I did pretty well and all that on the voice acting. I mean, it was 3 characters consistently, which is definitely good as opposed to Your Turn to Die, where I had to do, like, 10. And it's like, ugh, I'm gonna die! But you might be asking yourself, so what's the next game we're gonna be tackling? And I already have a date for you. It is going to be next Sunday, at of course the same time as always, which is, what is next Sunday? What's the date? Yesterday was the 9th. What's 9 plus... Is it the 15th? I think it's the 15th. 16th! Fuck! It's the 16th. Next Sunday, the 16th, at 8 o'clock. And the next game... the next game that we're gonna be doing. It's another visual novel. But this one is a lot newer. It's not even like a year old. Like, when did it release? Was it in December? I think it was December. So it's about, like, 6 months-ish? 6 or 7 months old. Because it came out at the tail end of last year. And if you have... Oh, God. Why am I so embarrassed? I shouldn't be embarrassed about this. If you've watched... Like, basically, it's a visual novel that if you are into VTubers, you'll have noticed that a lot of these VTubers, Corpo VTubers, have been playing this. Because, it really, in a way, just became like a whirlwind hit, honestly, for the studio. And honestly, good for them. And, if you haven't already guessed it, the next visual novel I'm gonna be... The next game the game I'm gonna be playing next week is A Date with Death. And I got DLC for it. I actually paid out of my pocket for DLC for it. Granted, the DLC was like, what, $7 as well? Actually, no. Was it? Yeah, it was $7. I think it was. Because the game itself, the base game itself was free, but I saw some, like... I saw the DLC. I saw some of the DLC. And I was like, I need to get it. So yeah, we're playing that next week. And the reason I chose that was mainly because, one, I did want to play it and maybe embarrass myself on the internet, who knows. But also because, like, I don't know, I want to see if maybe I would feel a certain kind of way about myself in regards to the VN. Like, it's not gonna be... I don't really know how to explain it. And I don't know how else to explain it. But I think, like, when we get to it, we'll find out. However, I will say, I am very fucking nervous to play this game on stream. Mainly because I don't know if it's gonna work. I think about Saint Maker, where I thought that was going to work, And that turned into a PowerPoint presentation for 80% of the way through. And I don't know about A Date with Death. I want to play it. Don't get me wrong, I want to play it on stream. But I'm nervous. I'm like, oh god, can I play it? I mean, if my computer was able to handle Saint Maker, I mean, no matter what the PowerPoint presentation was, it was still able to handle it. Like, that's the thing, it was still able to handle it at least. I don't know. Like, my worries about being able to stream this game have actually gotten to the point where, like, I'm probably gonna have to do a test stream this weekend. And for those who are wondering, no, this is not gonna be a public stream. This is gonna be private. This is going to be a private stream. It's not going to be public, so you don't have... And for those of you who are worried, here's the thing. I already know what the game is going to entail. There's going to be no spoiling from me. Like, I'm not going to be spoiled on it, basically. And I just want to make sure that, like, the game is going to be able to run on stream. Like, I fucking hope so. Besides, I mean, who doesn't want to hear me fucking... Who doesn't want to hear me fucking get flustered and die on the inside every time I have to get flirted with? But yeah, at least... But yeah, so the schedule for now is we're gonna play A Date with Death next Sunday at the same time as always, which is 8 p.m. Central. And I'm also hoping to complete that game within an entire stream as well. It shouldn't be that long. Granted, it's going to definitely be longer than this. I'm expecting this one to be 6.5 to 7 hours. Because the thing is, like, because it is a long-ish game, somewhat. But yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I have a feeling it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fucking fantastic. Anyway, I think now's about time we start wrapping this up because it's been almost 5.5 hours, and I want to relax for the next few before I have to go to bed. So, thank you all for joining. For joining me. I hope you enjoyed. I mean, this was a game. This was a good game. And I hope to see you all again next Sunday for A Date with Death, where we get to flirt with the Grim Reaper and see which of us wins, I guess. Which of us is gonna outdo the other. Anyway. So, until then, have a good night. Good week, and I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.